home of the Philadelphia Eagles.
They got him again!
Sixers.
Bang! It's good! Ball game!
And Flyers.
Tipped in front of the net!
97.3 ESPN. WENJ. WENJ HD. Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey.
Isn't it about time for somebody's favorite radio program? Yeah.
97.3 ESPN presents The Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
Now, live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort Studio, here's Mike Gill.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN FM, live from the Ocean Casino Resort Studios. Eagles are in the NFC Championship game. Let's talk about it. Are the Eagles worthy of being the Super Bowl favorites? Well, you may not know this, because they're not talking about it on many of the national shows. It's being ignored. But your Philadelphia Eagles, at most sports books, are the favorites right now to win the most important game of the year. And for all of the talk over the last several months about Nick Sirianni, about Jalen Hurts, all the talk, and where are we sitting right now? We are sitting on the verge of this team winning a championship. Josh Hennig hanging out with you here on 97.3 ESPN. Here's the lineup for today. Of course, as always, you guys can join the conversation at 609-403-0973. Your DMs into the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City. And, of course, we got a jam-packed lineup for you as always. Coming up this hour, we got Dave Clemick, former NFL wide receiver. He's going to give us an explanation for I've heard a lot of players talking about this in the last 36 hours, about the why behind the Eagles' offense not performing well this past Sunday, right? You know, we've been talking for weeks about, is the chicken or the egg? Is it the coordinator? Is it the quarterback? How much did the snow and the weather impact the game on Sunday? So we're going to get to all of that and more with Dave Clemick coming up in less than 25 minutes from now. Also in the 3 o'clock hour, Rob Maaddi from the Associated Press. He is going to join us, talk more about the NFL playoffs. And then Football at 4, Adam Caplan, of course, from the Inside the Birds podcast, NFL Insider. Then following that will be Knicks, Nuggets. Nick Earnshaw is back for another edition of the Nugs here on 97.3 ESPN. And Casey Joyner, more than one thought on every game. He will join us coming up as well at 5 p.m. But before we get to your guys' thoughts and comments on the text board, through your DMs, we're also live on my YouTube channel where you can watch the show as we are live in the Ocean Casino Resort Studios. Just search my name, Josh Hennig, on there. Also, Twitter at 973 ESPN. You can catch the link there as well. So, we got a lot to get to here. And I want to start with what I just said at the top. If you didn't know better, you would think that nobody thinks the Eagles are any good for months now. You would have thought that the Philadelphia Eagles were the worst, trashiest team in the world. But yet, at almost every sports book in America, you pick your choice, okay? You want to go to the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City? Go for it. Because what you're going to find is, and almost every odds maker has the Philadelphia Eagles the favorites to win the Super Bowl. They're either plus 170, plus 190, or plus 200 almost everywhere I can find. And we always talk about here, or at least I do, on 97.3 ESPN FM, 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle. We always talk about how if the odds makers are trying to tell you something, you might want to listen. Because these people, their job is to make money. Their job is for you to lose your money. So they're not going to put numbers out there that's going to put them in a disadvantageous position. So for the odds makers, it is in their interest to not give the team that they think is most likely to win the type of betting odds that will make you money. So then why is 65% of the betting public picking the Washington Commanders, but the odds makers say that the Philadelphia Eagles are a more than 75% likelihood to win the game on Sunday? Those numbers don't add up. How many times we talk about math problems when it comes to sports betting? It's not that the sports betting tells you everything, but it gives you a unique insight into what's going on here. There has been, from day one of this season, a built-in bias against the Philadelphia Eagles. There has been a built-in bias against this head coach, against this quarterback. And frankly, it's getting out of control. It's getting out of hand that we are at a point where the Philadelphia Eagles are being treated like they aren't not any good. And frankly, it's one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. People who know football know the Eagles are a really good football team. But yet there are people who are hating on this team who continue to not give them credit. And I'm here to tell you that as we progress through the week, no matter who the person is, it could be Chris Caney on Unsportsmanlike here on 97.3 ESPN, the national morning show. It could be random people on TV who don't like the quarterback, who don't like whoever. The reality is the Philadelphia Eagles are the betting favorite to win the Super Bowl over the Kansas City Chiefs right now for a reason. Because odds makers know that they don't want to lose their shirts on putting out a number that is going to bite them in the tail. If the Philadelphia Eagles are a plus 190 at one book and the Washington Commanders are plus 800, then why is 65% of the betting public picking the Commanders? Because the betting public is wrong more than they're right. The betting public bets emotionally. And so now you have an entire week we are entering where everyone is going to tell you what is wrong with the Philadelphia Eagles. They're going to tell you what is wrong with this team. And they are not going to give them credit for the fact that this team, after the collapse of last season, recalibrated, hit the reset button, fired 90% of their coaches, overhauled the secondary, rebuilt this team around a winning formula. And while the winning formula is not Jalen Hurts throwing for 400 passing yards, while the winning formula is not Jalen Hurts being on the same level as Mahomes and Allen and Burrow and Lamar. The formula was, we have this offensive line. We have this defensive young talent. We have a rebuilt secondary. We have a team that does not need the quarterback to win the game for us. But for some reason, we, as sports fans, and I put myself in this category too because I have been susceptible to this as well, we have been told that if your quarterback is not on a certain level of statistical production, that you can't win a championship. When the reality is that having that level of statistical production, frankly, means nothing when it comes to winning a championship. Josh Allen had 127 yards passing in his team's win over the Ravens. He was 16 for 22. That wasn't Jalen Hurts' stat line on Sunday. That was Josh Allen, a favorite to win the MVP. Josh Allen had one less passing yard, and he had a slightly worse completion percentage than Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts had 5 incompletions on Sunday. Josh Allen had 6. Josh Allen had 127 passing yards. Jalen Hurts had 128. But we act like Jalen Hurts is a bum. Not we, not me, but the people out there treat Jalen Hurts like he is a bum compared to these other quarterbacks. I get it. Jalen Hurts is not putting up the video game numbers that people want. He is not putting up the stats that people want to see from a quote-unquote franchise quarterback. I get it, man. I understand that there is a perception of this guy. But may I read for you the quarterbacks who were top 10 in the NFL this year in passing yards? Joe Burrow, Jared Goff, Baker Mayfield, Geno Smith, Sam Darnold, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, Aaron Rodgers, Justin Herbert, Brock Purdy. 4 of those 10 didn't make the postseason. Did you notice whose name was not on the list? No Josh Allen, no Jaden Daniels, no Jalen Hurts. 3 of the 4 quarterbacks in the finals, the final 4 of the NFL playoffs, not top 10 passing. But wait, there's more. How about passing touchdowns this year? There were a total of 9 quarterbacks who had 28 passing touchdowns or more this season. Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, Baker Mayfield, Jared Goff, Sam Darnold, Bo Nix, Josh Allen, Aaron Rodgers. That's the 8. Not Mahomes, not Jaden Daniels, not Jalen Hurts. Joe Burrow's team couldn't make the playoffs because his defense was trash. Lamar Jackson's team choked again in the postseason. Baker Mayfield, well, we know what happened to him because the Washington Commanders knocked them out of the postseason. Jared Goff had a billion turnovers in his postseason game. Sam Darnold did not look good for the last 2 weeks of the season. And Bo Nix had 1 good touchdown drive, and then his team couldn't score again in Buffalo. Oh, and Aaron Rodgers just got old this year. So why do we keep hating on this team? Let's hear from you guys at 609-403 0973. Mike in EHT chimes in and says the Eagles are the favorite to win the Super Bowl because they have the easiest path to get there. If they beat the Commanders, they will most likely be the underdog to whoever wins the Chiefs-Bills game. The Chiefs and Bills aren't favored to win the Super Bowl because they have to beat each other first. But see, you're adding too much logic to it, Mike. You're trying to rationalize why the Eagles are that number instead of looking at what's obviously in front of us. What is obviously in front of us is that if the Chiefs or Bills beat each other up, first of all, they might not be healthy, which would make the Eagles the favorite in the Super Bowl. Second of all, if the Eagles have the easiest path to get there, that would explain why they are overwhelming favorites to win their game on Sunday. Again, almost 75% likelihood. Kansas City Chiefs, they are a 55% likelihood to win their game on Sunday. Huge gap. But that doesn't factor in the reality that the Eagles, as of right now, according to most of the sports books, would be the favorite in either Super Bowl matchup. And by the way, if the Eagles were a underdog, it doesn't change the fact that the Eagles have a better roster than both the Chiefs and the Bills. The advantage the Chiefs would have is Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. The advantage Philadelphia has is they have the better offensive line, the better defensive line. They have the better receiving core. And you could argue the Eagles probably have the better run game. No offense to Pacheco and Kareem Hunt in Kansas City. Jeff in Ocean City chimes in at 609-403-0973. Says, I believe Jalen Carter is going to go up against a backup on Sunday for Washington. I'm hope he can. Oh, yeah, in the defensive line. Yeah. I'm hoping he can get on a roll and play into a Super Bowl MVP. I mean, listen, we have seen defensive players win Super Bowl MVPs in the past. I don't think that's crazy as idea in the world. For those who didn't see it, Cosme, the starting guard, is arguably the best offensive lineman for Washington. He is out for the year. So Jalen Carter is going to go up against multiple inferior offensive linemen for Washington on Sunday. Jeff in Ocean City is correct. Josh of the Parkway chimes in and says the Eagles game is so dynamic and may not be pretty to watch at times, but winning is winning. Josh, I think that's part of the problem, and that is people don't appreciate what they have. You give them a bag of money, they tell you, it's too heavy. You tell people, hey, I can guarantee you success, but it's not going to be a pretty way to get there. People want to make big money and have it done in the flashiest, coolest, and most fun way. They don't realize that most successful people are not doing it in a flashy way. Being the prettiest girl at the dance doesn't guarantee you are going to have a happy marriage in your future, okay? I know a lot of people I went to high school with who, let's be realistic, their lives aren't great. But they were more popular and they were pretty in high school. So being aesthetically pleasing is not always equal success. Josh on the Parkway is correct. Anthony AC chimes in. I think everyone's concerns with the Eagles are valid. What happens when the run game isn't working and you guys are forced to pass? You all have been the worst team in the league as far as passing goes. Well, that's not true, Anthony. The Eagles threw the ball the least number of times in the NFL. That does not make them the worst passing team, okay? I think you're misconstruing reality, okay? You're kind of warping stats and manipulating them to your argument, all right? Just because the Eagles threw the ball the least amount of times doesn't mean they're a bad passing offense. In fact, the Eagles were 12th in the NFL in touchdown passes this year. You can't be the worst passing offense if you are 12th in the NFL in passing touchdowns, all right? Secondly, you say when the running game isn't working. When has the running game not worked for Philadelphia this year? The Eagles had one game the entire year with fewer than 100 rushing yards, and that was the last game of the year with the Giants when Will Shipley and Kenny Gainwell basically didn't run the ball at all. And their second worst game of the year running the ball was in Tampa when they lost, when half the team was injured, and we know the Eagles have a losing record when Lane Johnson doesn't play in games. Outside of those two games, Anthony, Atlantic City, no one has stopped the run game. There's never been a game this year where the run game hasn't worked. So why would I anticipate a world where the running game isn't working against a Washington team that is bottom 10 in the NFL in run defense, or against a Buffalo or Kansas City team that has both been sketchy at times at stopping the run themselves? Listen, we can all find stats to support our arguments. Sometimes the truth is very inconvenient. I'll get to more of you guys' text a little bit later this hour. Paul from Rehoboth, you guys and more at 609-403-0973. Your DMs into the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle and the 2 o'clock hour of the Sports Bash. Being brought to you by Autumn Lake Healthcare Centers. Skilled nursing rehabilitation with elite level care in a warm and vibrant atmosphere. Visit autumnlakehealthcare.com to find a location near you. Coming up on the other side, we are going to get a former NFL player's perspective on how a team like the Eagles was unable to produce more of a passing offense when they have two of the best receivers in football. Former Kansas City Chiefs wide receiver Dave Clement joins me next on 97.3 ESPN. Josh Hennig hanging out with you, filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on a Tuesday afternoon.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
And I am the voice of the voiceless.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Go get your game on at the Gallery Bar, Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Get in on the parlay while in the middle of a party. Go for the sports scene and go for the endless screens. Go to the Gallery, go to Fanatic Sportsbook, and go for the win at Ocean Casino Resort. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, to check that your seats aren't in the visitor section first, before buying tickets.
I'm so excited for this game. I can't believe you got us tickets.
Me too. Wait, are we on the wrong side?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
This is going to be a long game.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Yeah. Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Ooh, up top, Bike Shop.
Yeah.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messelthorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Sweetie, come here. Don't worry. I see a lot of patients with the exact same thing.
Ever since the ice skating rink went in next door?
Or is it more than
Dr. Clark's business is heating up.
So many patients need my help. How will I find time to see all of them?
They need to hire a scheduler, stat.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
So you need a new car or SUV, but you're upside down in your trade, but you're worried about your down payment, but your credit is less than perfect. Bring your butts to any Matt Blatt Kia today. With over 1,100 new Kias, all with zero down, zero payments until April, or get $10,000 in bonus cash, or 0% for 72 months on every clearly marked Kia EV6 and 9. Buried in a loan or lease? Matt Blatt Kia wants to get you released. New all-wheel drive Kia Sportage or Sorento. 1.9% for 60 months. Matt Blatt Kia with our PA and New Jersey Kia superstores. Abington, Egg Harbor Township, Toms River, or right to your front door.
It's gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
With approved credit, $13.89 per thousand finance. Not all will qualify. Credit may affect down payment. Offers can't be combined. Go to mattblattkianj.com for complete details or 888-505-6670. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes through KMF. Rebates and incentives to dealer. Expires 2/4/25. Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, and on Route 37 in Toms River.
South Jersey Gas has a new financing offer to upgrade your home's energy efficiency without breaking the bank. And as a participating contractor, Broadleaf's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning can help. Get up to $25,000 at 0% interest for 84 months when you switch to Energy Star rated equipment. Upgrade your furnace, boiler, water heater, your entire system with no interest, no money down, and payments right on your utility bill. Call Broadleaf's for a free quote at 609-390-3907 or visit broadleafs.net.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you tried online gaming. Who knew 12-year-old boys could be so mean? And where did they learn to swear like that? 2 hours of losing to these underage trash talkers, and you're starting to question if maybe you really should stick to pickleball and other boomer stuff. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Caesars Sportsbook is the only sportsbook app with Caesars Rewards. That means win or lose, every bet you place brings you closer to the type of perks only Caesars can offer. So download the app using promo code RADIODYW and place your first bet of $1 or more for a chance to double your winnings on your next 10 bets. Open to new users in New Jersey who are 21 or older. Max bet $25 for boosted winnings. Max additional winnings $25,000 per bet. Drop boost tokens expire 14 days after receipt. For terms, Caesars.com/promos. If you or someone has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Never thought this radio stunt would catch on so big.
On 97.3 ESPN.
This was a battle in the trenches, dude. Like the way this game unfolded, we had 34 rush attempts from the Eagles, just riding the strength of their offensive line. Part of that is just kind of dictated by the way, the weather was and things like that. But like there were 12 total sacks in this game. Like what a battle up front for the Rams defensive line, the Eagles offensive line, and vice versa.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN. That was the voice of Bo Allen on the Green Light podcast. Are we not talking enough about how styles make fights? And sometimes the reason why Jalen Hurts threw for 128 passing yards and Josh Allen threw 127 passing yards on Sunday might not have to do with what you think it has to do with. Former NFL wide receiver Dave Klemke is now the owner and proprietor of Klemke Performance Method. Joins me right here on 97.3 ESPN. Talk more about the Eagles' win on Sunday and their offense moving forward. My friend, welcome back in. How you doing today?
What's up, Josh? And I do want to say I know how talented you are, but I did not know that you could speak that fast like you did on that gambling commercial.
That's technology assist. So,
how are you, man?
I'm good. So let's start with the game on Sunday, because obviously there were a lot of people, the guys in the trenches were the ones like, oh yeah, we were fine. We were going out and doing our thing, right? But it was a lot of the guys like you, Dave, the skill position guys who were saying, yeah, we had some traction issues. Darius Slay was saying on his podcast that he had to change the studs in his cleats multiple times during the game on Sunday. So explain how a game like Sunday impacts what we see in the final outcome.
All right, so this is such a good question because it affects everything when it comes to performance, and that's kind of what I do at Klemke Performance Method. It's basically we're an analytics company as well as a performance training company, but we're analyzing how everything affects performance, right? Well, weather is a huge one. Sunlight is a huge one. So dark and sun and how it affects your mood and how it affects, how you process thinking and how your body processes performance. It has everything to do with it. So a couple things that it definitely has to do with the ball control, because there's way more turnovers when your fingers are that stiff and your body becomes a lot more stiff, right? So that's one thing. You're going to definitely have handling issues, and the ball is more slippery. Your field conditions affect that, where your field conditions where your footing just can't hold. Like you said, Slay, who balled out, by the way. Slay is just – I love that guy and the way he plays in like, really important situations. But he shows his veteran savviness. But he's got I didn't even know they didn't have fixed spikes. I didn't know they still wear spin-ins or whatever they're called, because we just used to wear molded cleats after probably like 1996.
Yeah,
they just were always molded. But that's probably they did it just for this game, and you got to put some long spikes in there. Your feet can't even touch the actual turf above like probably an inch of snow when it's like fixed there on the ground. Like you can only get like you're using the stopping points, and I saw a couple of receivers do this. You're actually using yard markers because that's where they dug out the line markers. They didn't even dig out the sidelines. So they were using that as their point to really make a stop. And then once a defensive back figures out that's what you're doing, they jump on it pretty quickly. So I hope that doesn't bore you. But the physicality too, cold weather, your muscles are stiffer. You can't activate them as fast. Your brain doesn't process as fast through all that because it's thinking about different things. Then it just changes your whole game strategy. Like you're going to go run heavy versus pass because you can't see. You can't see anything, right? So you have 3 levels of passing. Your level ones are your screen passes and your out routes, slant routes. They're all your little one, your choice routes by the tight ends. Then you have your second level routes, which are your digs, comebacks, curls. Then you have your long passes, post, straight, your go routes, 9 routes, whatever you call them. Well, you're not going to those. You can't see the ball. There's not enough accuracy in your passing and this and that. You get lucky if you get one. So now you're going to like level 1, level 2 passes, and you're having the safeties come way, way up because they know you're not going deep really. It would be very hard to do so. So then what's next is so that shortens the whole game up to being like, we just got to run the ball, see who's stronger up front, And then you're really the last is probably, and maybe this should probably be first, mental toughness. The teams that play in colder weather, like if you're used to it more, you tend to like have you look like you're better acclimated to it. So teams that play in the Midwest or the North are going to play better in cold weather, especially that was an extreme situation. So, where you can't train for that, like no one can go, here guys, let's get in the stadium and throw the snow on us today and see what happens. That's a new one. But, I know New England used to practice in those situations, which was maybe the only ones that did it, but, or they would throw snow on you, they would actually practice in that. That's about it. Maybe Buffalo. So, that's it. That's me. And I know as a receiver, it's hard to catch a ball, not even because the gloves or not because of the slipperiness. It's because, the ball is it's like a rock. There's no softness to it at all. It doesn't warm up. So it's hard to catch and it's very hard to kick. So I hope I didn't bore you with all that.
Yeah, they were using leaf blowers on the game one Sunday. They weren't even trying to dig anything out. So again, kind of gives you an idea of that as well. Can I backtrack what you said before that? Because you mentioned how a situation like Sunday creates an environment for more turnovers. So are we then not giving Jalen Hurts enough credit for having no turnovers while Matthew Stafford had multiple turnovers?
No, absolutely. Like Detroit, or I'm sorry, L.A., I'm saying Detroit because it's Matt Stafford. L.A., they're playing in a very warm environment, or a much more warm environment. They're not acclimated to that. And yes, everybody is way too hard on Jalen Hurts, and it's not everybody. It's just Philadelphia fans. Like we're both really good friends with Mr. Negadelphia, and he is just relentless on Jalen Hurts. And it's like the guy did exactly what he should have done. Hold the ball. Don't turn it over. Hand the ball to Saquon Barkley. Get your 100 yards passing. Let a couple guys make some touches to keep them honest. But that's all you need to do as during that type of a weather is keep the defense honest by completing a couple, high percentage passes, and then just let your stud running back who is just unbelievable do what he does. Let him do what he does.
It's interesting because Dave Klemick joining us here, former Kansas City Chiefs wide receiver, owner and proprietor of Klemick Performance Method here on 97.3 ESPN. Every former quarterback I heard, whether it was when we had Tony Banks on the show last week, whether it was guys like Dan Orlovsky or Alex Smith on television, they all keep using the variation of the same phrase, Dave, which is Hurts is doing what he's being asked to do. Translate that for the audience who may say like, well, that sounds like coach speak.
Yeah, like you cut out there for 1 second while I was taking this, so I couldn't hear the second part after the Tony Banks.
So so it was guys like Tony Banks and Dan Orlovsky, Alex Smith. They all keep using the phrase that, and they're using some variation of the same phrase, which is Jalen Hurts is doing what the team is asking him to do.
Oh yeah, and I heard your segment with Tony Banks, who was by the way, he was brilliant. And I love to get his insight on stuff because he's a great, brilliant, quarterback mind, and was one of these guys that was similar situation, big, strong, physical quarterback that has a rifle arm, and what he wanted to do in like Baltimore and what they wanted him to do in Baltimore were two different things, and that's why they didn't vibe. Well, Jalen Hurts, if you haven't seen, if you remember him from, this is going back to Alabama, going back to Oklahoma, coming here as a backup to Carson Wentz. He just did what, he did. He just stayed the course. What you tell me to do is exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to study that. And I think we all know he's a very immense student of the game of football, and he's just going to do what he needs to do. And look at how that's the most important thing, that he is played within his bracket of what they give him, and he's played it really, really well. He's also changed the game of football. Jalen Hurts has changed the rules of football. Remember last year, because of the tush push, they made the guys that stood behind the quarterback have to back up at least a full yard before the snap of the ball to give him an opportunity to push. Hasn't really changed very much, but they had to make some kind of rule because he was so dominant within what they asked him to do. So, I love Jalen for a lot of reasons, but the main thing is he wins, and that's where that's where we're at right now. And people that are really tough on him because he's not throwing for 300 yards, guess what? 300 yards and 2 interceptions is like throwing 50 yards. You know what I mean? You want to throw for 150, 200 yards, 0 interceptions, 0 fumbles. That's what you want.
All right, so Mr. Wide Receiver, we got to ask you about A.J. Brown because A.J. Brown had 7 targets on Sunday, only had 2 catches. He had 2 drops in the game. And you could argue one of the drops, if he doesn't drop it, might have even been a touchdown in the game. So what do you think is going on with A.J. Brown and his knee? I don't really care about the book thing. I think the book thing is overblown. But the fact that he is banged up, he does have that knee issue. We know cold weather impacts injuries more aggressively than warm weather, right? So talk to us about A.J. Brown, 2 catches, 2 drops, and the knee.
All right, so A.J., what a beast the guy is too, and really one of the leading, one of the best receivers in the NFL. And given his situation where, I'm sure that he wants to get 10, 15 targets a game and catch 7 of them. In this situation, you're just not going to. Maybe like last week, I brought up you're asking Jalen Hurts in that last game, where I'm going to try to like lead you up to this one. He only had a few targets or whatever, and maybe one catch for 10 yards, right? Although you have a quarterback that came back after a month of not playing and had brain trauma. They're probably limited the playbook down, so it was a little bit easier for somebody who just had brain trauma, especially someone who has to deliver so much from his brain in a game. A lot of us, all we have to do is just play, just play a little bit, play, react. He has to think, react, and do all that. So A.J. Brown has to probably, in the back of his mind, go, okay, I'll take this with a grain of salt that I'm not getting my touches. Him, with his opportunities, it's a tough opportunity when you have those weather conditions. But A.J. Brown's going to be fine, I think. Nothing to worry about. The reading the book thing, I laughed at it, and I go, just because I asked some of my other receiver buddies, Larry Parker from the Chiefs, Eddie Kennison from the Chiefs, who's been a guest on the show before, a couple guys were like, what would Coach do if you were reading a book on the sideline? He'd be like, he said, Coach Vermeil, he'd tell you to go read a book in the locker room. You know what I mean? You're going to the bench. But, of course, we weren't as impactful. Maybe Eddie definitely was, but we weren't as impactful to the game as A.J. Brown is. And sometimes, that's what you want to do. That's what you want to do. You want to read a book and kind of get yourself back to where maybe he is frustrated and he needs to internalize his frustration by just reading a book on the sideline. He doesn't really need to do much. I mean, he's got to get warm and get hydrated on the sideline. He doesn't have to really. You're not asked. They don't give you the headphones. You know what I mean? You're not watching a defense. You want to support your team, but really, nobody needs to support the team. You need to get to the sideline and get rested. So I really don't care about the book thing.
Well, you mentioned about Coach Vermeil, who was your coach in Kansas City, former Eagles coach as well. And Dick Vermeil was known more of a player's coach over the years, right? Especially during his time with the Rams and the Chiefs. Well, Nick Sirianni is considered a player's coach as well. So is some of this maybe a credit to Sirianni understanding, you know what, maybe this guy needs this. I'm going to let that go. I'm not going to be hyper restrictive with that specific guy.
Yeah, that's a great point, Josh, because one of the things you do, being a young coach, you tend to be more empathetic with people that are younger and more fiery. As you get older, you don't understand the new way that people are thinking for whatever reason. You get further and further away from it. And I like to say, Coach Vermeil is a player's coach, and he's still, I always call him coach, even though he's, we're long removed, but he was a player's coach, but more like off the field. Because on the field, he would rip you a new one. You know what I mean? On the field, he would rip you. He'd hug you at the same time, but it was more like what he did off the field that why he was the player's coach. You know what I mean? He would really love on you when the cameras weren't on. You know what I mean? Loving on people when the cameras aren't on. That's kind of how you had that whole situation with the Jets where Aaron Rodgers pushed the coach right when he tried to hug him. They just got fired. Anyway,
Robert Saleh, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm sorry. But, I think that the emotional aspect and the kind of like the newer athlete and the younger Nick Sirianni, who was a player too, you know what I mean? He's trying to understand how people operate, and I think he's more empathetic to stuff like that, and kind of like he doesn't mind his players having funny quirks and personalities. Some people want you to be a robot. He's not like that. He lets his guys have some personality. He'll get in fights, and he'll fight for his players. I think they respect him for that. But yeah, I think he gives them a kind of like a loose rope. You know what I mean? He gives them like a longer rope to hang. It's not like a tight leash. You know what I mean?
He's Dave Klemic, of course, Klemic Performance Method, former KC Chiefs wide receiver, joining us here on 97.3 ESPN. Dave, before I let you go, tell folks more about KPM.
So Klemic Performance Method is, I've been around for a long time. Been almost 20 years that we've been doing this, but it's we do analytics of sports performance. How fast people run, how high they jump, electronically, and then we increase those measurements that is what our athletic performance really is. So very proud to do it. Number 609-742-6190, clinicperformancemethod.com. Thanks for the shout out, bro. I appreciate it.
My brother, I will see you tomorrow night when you try to kill me with our next workout.
There you go. Can't wait.
Dave.
72-hour fast and then going to see you.
Well, that's because you're just nuts. So.
All right, brother.
I'll talk to you later. Dave Klevick joined us here on 97.3 ESPN. Our conversation about the Eagles with Dave was brought to you by Boardwalk Honda. Stop in and take advantage of game-changing savings all month long at boardwalkhonda.com. Back to the text board. Coming up next, Joyner and EHT, Paul and Rehoboth, all your messages and more. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN FM and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City.
It's the NFC Championship game this Sunday as the Eagles host their NFC East rivals, the Washington Commanders.
He breaks a tackle. He's on his way. Here he goes. He's at the 40, 30, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown! Saquon Barkley!
Pre-game coverage starts at 2 p.m. South Jersey's official home for Eagles playoff football. 97.3 ESPN. South Jersey's home of Super Bowl 59.
Stop the countdown. Don't let the new year pass you by. Get to Matt Platt Mitsubishi to save the day. If you're a first-time buyer or you're under the conclusion you can't get approved for a car loan, Matt Platt Mitsubishi wants to finance your future, not your past. So if you have a job clearing $450 per week, we will work hard to get you approved. New Mirage, just $16,999. That's a new Mitsubishi Mirage E, under 17 grand. Plus 0 down, 0 payments until March, and 0% for 48 months. New Outlander Sport SUV, $24,999. No payments for 90 days, and 0 down. Bring in any trade, and AJ the Trade Man will get you top dollar during the year-end sales event at Matt Platt Mitsubishi.
Simply, Matt Platt Mitsubishi.
Rate qualifications exist with approved credit. 1666 per 1,000 finance on in-stock 2024 Outlander Sports. Not all will qualify. Go to mattplattmitsubishi.com for complete details or call 844-946-2315. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes. Matt Platt Mitsubishi in the heart of Glassboro for 30 years.
Sweetie, come here. Don't worry. I see a lot of patients with the exact same thing.
Ever since the ice skating rink went in next door,
Or is it more than
Dr. Clark's business is heating up.
So many patients need my help. How will I find time to see all of them?
They need to hire a scheduler, stat.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Morning, Paula.
Morning, Ron.
Another day in Adminville, am I right?
What are you working on? Oh!
You okay?
Your tabs. You have so many open.
Yeah, gotta order lunch for the big client meeting. With great responsibility comes tabs.
I can help. Close all those tabs and open just one, EasyCater.com. Online ordering from local restaurants, plus tools to save time, stay on budget, track expenses.
One tab to rule them all.
EasyCater, the smarter way to order food for work. Order now at EasyCater.com.
Hi, this is Brighton Richards with Apex East Roofing. You know, the blonde-haired girl in the pink truck. Don't you just hate high-pressure sales guys that try and force you into making a decision on the spot? We're not like that. We're a family-owned business that can give you a quote in 30 seconds at apexeastroofing.com. Not sure the size of your roof? No problem. Give us a call and we'll come out. We have a 5-star rating on Google with nearly 200 reviews.
Get a price on your roof in 30 seconds at apexeastroofing.com.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money, because you're in charge. And right now, you're going to pay for groceries. But you decide what groceries. Just keep in mind you're running out of dishwashing soap. But you decide if you're going to buy that soap. Just those dishes won't clean themselves, will they? Remember, with Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Cooper's our new neighbor down the shore.
Introducing Cooper University Hospital, Cape Regional.
Healthcare is going to improve in Cape May County.
We're excited to bring our award-winning care to our new neighbors in Cape May and Atlantic counties. You'll have greater access to top specialists, advanced technology, innovative treatments, and outstanding cancer care at MD Anderson Cancer Center at Cooper. Cooper University Healthcare.
Extraordinary happens here.
I've just been feeling so sluggish lately. You should try the Metamucil 2-week challenge. The Metamucil 2-week challenge? Yeah, Metamucil 4-in-1 fiber helps trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Start your daily routine now, and in 2 weeks, you could be feeling great. Well, it's been 2 weeks. How you feeling? Lighter and feeling great.
If you want to feel lighter by promoting digestive health, sign up to take the 2-week challenge at Metamucil.com. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
With GMF financing to qualified buyers excludes Traverse and Corvette excludes prior sales.
Start the new year right in a new Chevy from Bennett, where we sell new Chevys at the true GM supplier employee price. Yeah, you pay what our employees pay, not a penny more. Plus, at Bennett Chevrolet, you keep all the rebates. That's incredible. That's right, you save both ways, saving you up to 20% off the sticker. But it gets even better, because right now there's available 0.9% financing, saving you even more. 0.9! And get this, if you're looking for a pre-owned, Bennett Chevy will pay you a minimum $10,000 for any old clunker you can get here towards any pre-owned in stock. You'll get at least 10 grand for total junk. Imagine how much you'll get for a good trade. And one more thing, Bennett's sales team is paid on your satisfaction, not how much you spend. That makes a huge difference. No hype, no pressure. Together, let's drive. Bennett Chevy, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Do I have everybody's attention now?
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget the 2 o'clock hour of the Sports Bash has been brought to you by Autumn Lake Healthcare Center's skilled nursing rehabilitation with elite care in a warm and vibrant atmosphere. Visit autumnlakehealthcare.com, the final location near you. As promised, back to the text board now at 609-403-0973. Your DMs into the 973 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City. Shaner DHT chimes in and says, no one's talking about how Devonta Smith blocking was really above and beyond for a man his size.
It's the NFC Championship game this Sunday as the Eagles host their NFC East rivals, the Washington Commanders.
He breaks a tackle. He's on his way. Here he goes. He's at the 40, 30, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown! Saquon Barkley!
Pre-game coverage starts at 2 p.m. South Jersey's official home for Eagles playoff football. 97.3 ESPN. South Jersey's home of Super Bowl 59.
Well, that's what I get for trying to wolf down some food during the break there. Wrong pipe. Shaner and EHT, your point about Devonta Smith being a finesse route runner. He sprung Barkley a few times, took on guys much larger than him. Shaner goes on to say, I think we focus too much on how great of a pass catcher A.J. Smith and Goddard are. We don't give them credit for being blockers. He says these guys deserve to be mentioned. Shaner and EHT. Shaner's right, though. You know, guys like A.J. Brown, Devonta Smith, they do take pride in being great pass blockers. So I think, you know, one of the things that we don't talk about enough because of that is we focus so much on the aesthetic, Shaner. We don't focus enough on the result. And, you know, if the Eagles did not have good pass blockers who are receivers, then I don't think that we would have the success that we do on the field. Phil chimes in at 609-403-0973. He says, Josh, to your point, Jalen Hurts' sacks were troubling, but most talking heads are looking at his passing yards being a major problem. Every quarterback who's won this weekend had less passing yards than their opponents, but they also had less turnovers. That is correct. You know, all the teams that are in the conference finals, they all had 0 turnovers in this postseason, Phil. So I think that when you have a situation where people only want to focus on one part of the game, it really ruins your ability to actually appreciate what happened in front of you. I think that, like you said, the sack issue is much more important than the passing yards. And as I said yesterday here on 97.3 ESPN, 3 of those sacks were the offensive line's fault. Now, do we blame their footing? Do we blame the quarterback? Do we blame the play caller for calling too many plays that were slow, progressing, and took too long to play out? I mean, literally on the safety sack, no one had turned around from their pass route to even look at the quarterback yet by the time he was hit by the pass rush. So, all right, Josh Hennig filling for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN. I will not eat during this commercial break.
It's Philadelphia Flyers hockey tonight on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Listen as Tim Saunders and Todd Fedoruk bring you all the exciting play-by-play action.
They score! Konechny on the one-timer, and TK makes no mistake, the power play goal.
It's Flyers Red Wing tonight. Coverage begins at 7 p.m. It's Flyers hockey all season long on South Jersey's radio home for Philadelphia Flyers hockey, 97.3 ESPN.
Winter is here. Are you prepared? Don't get left in the dark. Calvi Electric, a certified Generac dealer, has you covered. From installation to maintenance, they're your go-to experts for Generac generators, ensuring your home stays powered through any storm. A Generac home standby generator will automatically restore power to your home during an outage, so your life goes on uninterrupted. Put your trust in Calvi Electric, the premier electrical contractor, serving South Jersey for over 110 years. Visit calvielectric.com today and stay ahead of any storm.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Hey, it's Mike Gill from the Sports Bash. The action is heating up this playoff season at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Lock in your touchdown picks, check out trending parlays, and increase your winning with profit boosts. New customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with the promo code RADIO100. That's RADIO100 to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Okay, I have to tell you. I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Craving a tasty breakfast or lunch? Come on down to Hot Bagels and More. They've got fresh baked bagels, irresistible spreads, and a mouth-watering selection of sandwiches, perfect for any appetite. Join them in Northfield, Atlantic City, Summers Point, and 2 locations in Margate for flavors that keep you coming back. Don't miss their homemade tuna and chicken salad, along with hearty soups. Order ahead or take advantage of their catering options for your next event. Hot Bagels and More, where every bite is a delight. Visit hotbagelsandmore.com or stop in today.
What's better than 1 win? 3 wins. With Straight Savings, you keep your own phone, get 1 line for only $25 a month with real unlimited data, and get rewarded with a $200 phone credit after 12 months. It's a win-win-win. Head to Walmart or visit straighttalk.com today. Switch to Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Straight Savings Plan enrollment requires compatible unlocked device and new line of service. Bonus device credit requires 12 months of active service. Offer ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. Taxes and fees apply. For network management practices, see Straight Talk's terms and conditions.
Since 1949, local homeowners and businesses have trusted Jenkins Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Jenkins understands these are challenging times, which is why they're offering financing on all plumbing, heating, air conditioning, and maintenance services. Take advantage of utility loans up to $25,000 at 0% for 7 years and rebates up to $2,950. If you're a new or existing customer in need of service, call Jenkins today. Some qualifications apply. Call 609-641-6262 or visit jenkinsandsons.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Did you know that 1 in 4 people seeking treatment for ED are under 40? Hims can help. Get started at hims.com/joy. Through hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy.
So you need a new car or SUV, but you're upside down in your trade, but you're worried about your down payment, but your credit is less than perfect. Bring your butts to any Matt Blatt Kia today. With over 1,100 new Kias, all with zero down, zero payments until April, or get $10,000 in bonus cash, or 0% for 72 months on every clearly marked Kia EV6 and 9. Buried in a loan or lease? Matt Blatt Kia wants to get you released. New all-wheel drive Kia Sportage or Sorento. 1.9% for 60 months. Matt Blatt Kia. With our PA and New Jersey Kia superstores. Abington, Egg Harbor Township, Toms River, or right to your front door.
It's gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
With approved credit, $13.89 per thousand finance. Not all will qualify. Credit may affect down payment. Offers can't be combined. Go to mattblattkianj.com for complete details. Or 888-505-6670. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes through KMF. Rebates and incentives to dealer. Expires 2/4/25. Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, and on Route 37 in Toms River.
South Jersey's official play-by-play home of the Eagles, Sixers, and Flyers.
At 0 point would I ever consider not being a fan of the team.
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Now live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort Studio, here's Mike Gill.
The passing game's okay right now. It's not great. It hasn't been explosive all year. I mean, it's been explosive at times, but we've won a lot of games, the Eagles have, with the quarterback throwing for under 200 yards. And that's okay. Look around the league right now. How many guys lit it up for 350? It's not happening.
Two-time Super Bowl champion Chris Long on the Green Light podcast. Talking about Jalen Hurts, saying that not a lot of teams are throwing the ball a lot right now. Josh Hennig back here filling in for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. So to come this hour, Rob Maaddi from the Associated Press will join us coming up in about 25 minutes from now, plus Adam Caplan, Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Knicks Nuggets at 4:30. Casey Joyner, the football scientist, at 5 p.m. And, of course, your guys' thoughts and comments at 609-403-0973. And I immediately thought of Chris Long's comment there because I saw what Evan from Little Egg Harbor chimed in. I thought what Evan said really kind of falls in line with what we're talking about here, which is the perspective of the Eagles and Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni, how perception becomes reality. The idea that you may perceive someone a certain way doesn't mean they are that. So Evan from Little Egg Harbor says, if you want to talk numbers and correlations, you would also have to notice that all the top quarterbacks in the postseason and the championships are also going to make it to the Super Bowl. All have extremely high rushing yards for a quarterback. That's why this league has evolved into. And I think that's the other part of the problem, Evan, in Little Egg Harbor, is that I do think that there is a segment of the football fan base that looks at guys like Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson and Patrick Mahomes and Jalen Hurts and Jaden Daniels and I'm trying to think of some other guys who are mobile quarterbacks in this postseason. I mean, those are the main ones I can think off the top of my head, but the league is evolving into a league where being mobile is almost as important as being an accurate quarterback, almost as important as being a quarterback who doesn't turn the ball over. So you're right. When you look at the list of the best quarterbacks in the league, most of them are mobile quarterbacks. Even Aaron Rodgers in his prime when he was winning league MVPs, he was a very mobile quarterback. not on the same level as Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson, but we do overlook sometimes that the league has evolved. And part of that evolution has to do with the fact that the offensive lines around the league, they're just not what they were 20, 30 years ago, okay? Guys are not learning to play the offensive line position the way they did years ago. The offensive lines around the league are necessitating that your quarterback not be a statue, right? And you even go back to Aaron Rodgers' last MVP winning season, you realize that this is a guy who had 3 rushing touchdowns. In fact, you look at all the years he won league MVP. And I know with a lot of the controversy around Aaron Rodgers, people look at him as, he's this, he's that. Well, Aaron Rodgers, 4 MVP seasons. Those years, he had 3 rushing touchdowns, 2 rushing touchdowns, 3 rushing touchdowns, 3 rushing touchdowns. So even a guy who is known for his passing prowess, like Aaron Rodgers in his prime, he is not just a stationary quarterback. He was willing to scramble around and move around. Patrick Mahomes has 5 straight seasons in which he has over 300 rushing yards. So Evan in Little Lake Harbor brings up a good point that these quarterbacks are no longer stationary objects. They're no longer, back in the 90s with guys like, Warren Moon, Drew Bledsoe. I'm trying to think of some other guys who just stood back there and chucked it, for crazy amounts. Vinny Testaverde. Those guys are not the norm in the league anymore. Even a guy like Matthew Stafford has some mobility even at his advanced age. A guy like Brock Purdy, he is an underrated athlete in terms of his scrambling ability. Guys like Tua Tagovailoa and C.J. Stroud have been criticized for scrambling to get away from pressure when those guys are just trying to save their bodies at times. So I do think that there is a fine line between these quarterbacks who are elite athletes and the quarterbacks who we want to stand in the pocket. And by the way, this year, Lamar Jackson was among the league leaders in multiple passing categories. And I think people consider him traditionally more of a mobile quarterback, whereas Lamar has evolved his game into being an elite passer. Lamar Jackson, first year into his career, he's had 4,000 passing yards. The year before, he had 3,600. So you're talking about quarterbacks who, even the ones who we think of as that guy's a mobile quarterback, they are kind of leveling out to be better passers, higher level quarterbacks overall. And I do think if you go back to Phil's point as well, that may factor into the reason why Josh Allen has 127 passing yards. Jalen Hurts has 128 passing yards. Patrick Mahomes has 177 passing yards. You heard Chris Long say it. These quarterbacks in the postseason, they are not all chucking the ball over the field because, one, they don't need to. And number two, those quarterbacks understand, all the ones who are in the Final Four, that making a risky pass is less important than it is making the right play. And the only reason why Jaden Daniels is the exception to that rule that we talked about was because he literally had to win a shootout. Jaden Daniels is on a team that does not have a great defense. And it's not a Washington's defense stinks narrative I'm trying to put out there. What I'm saying is that when you are a quarterback and you know your defense is not going to consistently stop the other team, it forces you to throw the ball 31 to 35 times a game. Whereas if you are a Jalen Hurts or a Josh Allen, you probably have a little more confidence in your defense. So when you do throw the ball only 22 times, you're not needing your defense to step up and save you. More text coming in at 609-403-0973. Your DMs into the 973 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle. Paul from Rehoboth chimes in and says, Josh, I agree that a quarterback doesn't need to throw the ball for 400 yards to win a Super Bowl, but we need to trust the quarterback can make the throw that is needed to win the game. He says, Brock Purdy was unable to go throw from Mahomes. Hurts when he had the chance to step on the neck of the Chiefs and put the game out of reach. Fumble the ball for a touchdown. Burrow can't make a play to beat the Rams. Jimmy G couldn't throw that pass to beat the Chiefs. All right, so let's back up for a minute. To specifically what Paul from Rehoboth said. The Hurts fumble, I think, in the Super Bowl has been, that story has not been told properly, okay? Because one, and I'm going to double check my own information, okay? So just give me a minute while I pull it up. But I'm pretty sure that the Hurts fumble happened way before the Isaac Seumalo false start. Because I've always pointed to the Seumalo false start as way more damning to the Eagles. Because, yes, Jalen Hurts fumbled the ball, but the very next possession, the Eagles scored. So let me look this up real quick. All right, so just bear with me for a minute because I don't want to paint Paul from Rehoboth in a negative light or call him misinformed if I am misinformed, okay? Okay, so the fumble return happened at 9:40 in the second quarter of the Super Bowl. So let me scroll down. Let's see here. By the way, Miles Sanders fumbled in that game as well. People forget about that. I didn't forget about that. Okay, yeah. 9:48. Oh, come on, you stupid computer. 9:48 in the second quarter was the fumble that led to the score, okay? So, let me get back to it. There it is. All right. Hurts runs at the middle, fumbles the ball. Nick Bolton scoops it up, scores, touchdown. The very next play, Jalen Hurts leads the team down the field for a touchdown score himself. So the narrative that Hurts fumbled the ball in the Super Bowl, to me, it is a fraudulent narrative because the man literally led a 7-minute drive after that play and scored a touchdown. Now, what time was the Seumalo? Because I believe the Seumalo false start happened in the second half, I believe, or was it right before the fumble? Okay, so the Seumalo false start on 3rd and 1 happened right before the fumble. So you could argue that Seumalo doesn't false start there, the fumble never happens, and then there's no return for a touchdown. Now, if you go to the second half of that game, which is kind of where my mind was going as well, the Philadelphia Eagles had opportunities to score in the second half. Do you want to blame Jalen Hurts for trying to throw the ball to Kenny Gainwell instead of trying to push the ball down the field on 3rd and 11? I mean, I guess you could make that argument if you really wanted to. But they did score early in the fourth quarter, did the Eagles. And at the time was a 35-35 game. So I don't think I can blame Jalen Hurts for the Eagles not finishing off the Chiefs. Because as I've said many times, Paul from Rehoboth, the Eagles' defense failed Philadelphia in that game. You go back to every single drive that second half for the Kansas City Chiefs. I got the drive chart right in front of me. I want to make sure I'm putting out the right information. Chiefs scored on 5 of their last 6 possessions of the game. Jonathan Gannon failed the city of Philadelphia in that game. The defense, remember, they couldn't get traction on the field. The field was so bad, blah, blah, blah. For Philadelphia, I blame the defense as much as I blame the lack of assertiveness on offense. You're saying the Eagles had a chance to step on the Chiefs' neck. But yet, we ignore the fact that the defense makes one adjustment in the second half, and the Chiefs don't score on one of those 5 possessions they score on late in the game. It's a different game. So, again, I go back to I can't blame the quarterback for everything. I'm just not that guy. To me, teams win championships, not individuals. If individuals won championships, Dan Marino probably would have had 3. You can't LeBron James, Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, Shaquille O'Neal, Magic Johnson your way to a championship in football. You just can't. Zach in Mays Landing chimes in at 609-403-0973. He says, hey, Josh, it's not all about the passing yards for me, although I'd certainly like to see better with Brown and Smith, but for me, it's the negative plays. 7 sacks, 2 of which took us out of field goal range, and 1 resulted in a safety. Hurts holds the ball way too long and is so afraid to throw an interception that he refuses to throw it away and takes a sack instead. He looks panicked under pressure. I'm worried he's not processing quickly enough. That's from Zach in Mays Landing. Well, Zach, a couple things there. First of all, Hurts does take too long to throw the ball at times. I don't think it's an all-the-time issue, because for the guy who was blitzed the 3rd highest percentage in the NFL, he's still at the 8th best completion percentage. Jalen Hurts was still top 10 in the NFL in quarterback rating, QBR, whatever dumb metric you want to use for these guys and their efficiency ratings. The reality is that I don't think Jalen's holding the ball and his apprehension to make a turnover, I don't think that is something to be hyper concerned about, because his style of football is going to keep you in games more than not. I personally don't think he looks panicked under pressure, because if he did, he could have thrown that touchdown to Jahan Dotson that he did in the last game. If he panicked under pressure, he couldn't have made 2 of those touchdown passes. That one to Saquon Barkley, the other one to A.J. Brown, were right with pressure in his face in week 1 against the Packers. That's just 2 games, I think, off the top of my head. So I don't think that he panics. Now, I do agree that he does not process information fast enough. And I think that, as Alex Smith said yesterday on Get Up, Jalen Hurts and the Eagles' offense is just way too conservative, Zach.
This passing game, and we've seen it from this offense all year, it is conservative by nature. Yes. And Jalen is conservative with the football by nature. Listen, he's risk adverse. He values the football, and that's been the formula for this offense. He's doing what this offense wants him to do, right? They live in a world, we've talked about it with the tush push. It is 1st and 9. They got a different set of rules there, right? Watch their 3rd down play calling. I mean, this team never throws it past the sticks.
So to me, I think that is why, as you're saying, he won't throw the ball away. He takes a sack. He won't throw an interception. It's also because of what he's being told to do. Now, to your point about the 7 sacks, if you go back and watch the game, I blame 3 of the sacks on the offensive line. I blame 2 on Jalen, and I blame 2 on Kellen Moore. You go back and watch the safety. That safety, Hurts was waiting so long for the receivers to turn around and face him. The play took way too long to materialize. And that's part of the problem with this processing and holding the ball. And that is, Kellen Moore and the Eagles' brain trust have this obsession with these slow building, slow, gradually progressing, evolving plays. If this team would run their offense with more quick hitters, with more quick slants, with more in and out plays, with more quick comebacks, with more Z routes, with more route concepts for Smith and Brown and Goddard and company that is going to get them open faster, I think Hurts holds the ball less. I think Hurts doesn't get sacked 7 times in the game. Now, again, you're right. He does hold the ball sometimes too much because he's afraid of making the wrong play. Like, for example, the 1 sack you mentioned when they got knocked out of field goal range. That was all Hurts' fault. He allowed the Rams' defensive line to have enough time to get to the quarterback. But I don't think it's a universal, Hurts is bad at all these things. He stinks. I think it's more of a, hey, we saw issues in the game versus the Rams, and they're fixable. Zach from Mays Landing. I so appreciate the text coming in. Johnny from Wildwood chimes in at 609-403-0973. He says, Hurts doesn't need to throw the ball for more touchdowns or more yards. He just needs to stop getting sacked by either holding the ball too long or simply not throwing it away. It will help the field position battle. Go Birds. Johnny from Wildwood. I will say, Johnny, Jalen does throw the ball away a lot. You know, we're acting like just because he had one game where he didn't throw the ball away a lot, that he doesn't do that. And I think it's a recency bias issue. We got to stop looking at the last game we saw and creating these overarching universal these macro perspective, this is who they are with every single game, because, if we did that, we got to do that for every athlete, right? Every time Michael Jordan lost a game in the postseason, we got to rip him for it, right? It's the idea that you can't take a quarterback and say one game defines everything about him. Because if we did, then Nick Foles should have gotten a 5-year, $180 contract extension after the Super Bowl. They should have traded Carson Wentz, and that would have been that, right? Mark Rippon with the Washington, then Redskins, now Commanders, right? He had that amazing season in the Super Bowl. He didn't pan out the rest of his career. So one game can't define a guy, and I'm not going to act like Jalen Hurts getting sacked a few times is the end-all, be-all of who he is. All right, we'll get back to text board a little bit later in the hour. I see Nick from Galloway, Dan from EHC, your text more still to come. But coming up on the other side, Rob Maaddi from the Associated Press joins us after this quick timeout. I'm Josh Hennig, filling in for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City.
Wake up weekday mornings from 6 to 10 a.m. with Unsportsmanlike on 97.3 ESPN with Evan Cohen, Super Bowl champion Chris Canty, and Michelle Small.
Can't wake up without it.
Brought to you by the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City.
With GMF financing to qualified buyers excludes Traverse and Corvette excludes prior sales.
Start the new year right in a new Chevy from Bennett, where we sell new Chevys at the true GM supplier employee price. Yeah, you pay what our employees pay, not a penny more. Plus, at Bennett Chevrolet, you keep all the rebates. That's incredible. That's right, you save both ways, saving you up to 20% off the sticker. But it gets even better, because right now there's available 0.9% financing, saving you even more. 0.9. And get this, if you're looking for a pre-owned, Bennett Chevy will pay you a minimum $10,000 for any old clunker you can get here towards any pre-owned in stock. You'll get at least 10 grand for total junk. Imagine how much you'll get for a good trade. And one more thing, Bennett's sales team is paid on your satisfaction, not how much you spend. That makes a huge difference. No hype, no pressure. Together, let's drive. Bennett Chevy, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them, the right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you tried online gaming. Who knew 12 12-year-old boys could be so mean.
And where did they learn to swear like that? 2 hours of losing to these underage trash talkers, and you're starting to question if maybe you really should stick to pickleball and other boomer stuff. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Sweetie, come here. Don't worry. I see a lot of patients with the exact same thing.
Ever since the ice skating rink went in next door?
Or is it more than
Dr. Clark's business is heating up.
So many patients need my help. How will I find time to see all of them?
They need to hire a scheduler, stat.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay, things people love.
Go get your game on at the Gallery Bar, Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Get in on the parlay while in the middle of a party. Go for the sports scene and go for the endless screens. Go to the Gallery, go to Fanatic Sportsbook, and go for the win at Ocean Casino Resort. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Keeping the fans entertained and happy.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN, the 3 o'clock hour. Being brought to you by Broadleys Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Broadleys is your trusted source for heating and plumbing service and installation for generations. Call them at 609-390-3907 or visit them online at broadleys.net. Let's continue the Eagles and NFL conversation now. He joins me every week here on 97.3 ESPN, that being AP senior NFL writer and the man who has to collect all the votes for the awards and the all-pro teams. Rob Maaddi is back here on 97.3 ESPN. Rob, welcome in. How you doing today?
What's going on, Josh?
Rob, for you, what do you take of all of this Jalen Hurts talk? This idea that, Hurts, he's this, he's that. And it's like no one wants to acknowledge the guy's a winner. No one wants to acknowledge the fact that Josh Allen had fewer passing yards than Jalen Hurts on Sunday. It's like everyone just wants to find something wrong with Jalen.
I think that offense kind of looked a little bit out of sorts for part of that game, but the elements were what they were. It was a little difficult for the teams, both teams, to navigate those elements. And I don't know how much of Jalen's knee, we're not going to find out exactly the extent of that knee injury because the Eagles are going to keep it close, but that certainly had to limit him and impact him and his ability to do some of the things that he does. There were some plays where Jalen made that he didn't get much help from his teammates. The throw to the one to A.J. Brown that was dropped, could it have been thrown a little, I thought it was thrown where it needed to be, and A.J. just didn't make the play. There was the throw downfield where Devontae Smith would have been a big gain, but he got annihilated. That would have been credit to Jalen and given him some passing yards too. So I just look at wins and losses, and same as Nick Sirianni, Jalen finds ways to make sure his team wins. Doesn't turn the ball over like Lamar Jackson did 2 times in a big game. He didn't have any turnovers. He protected the football. Yes, the safety was bad. And yes, he had Dallas Goedert open underneath. Should have got rid of it a whole lot sooner. But they found a way to win the game. And at some point, and you only got 2 left, assuming you win against the Commanders and get to the Super Bowl, keep waiting and waiting for the passing offense to step up. We saw it against the Steelers when the Steelers were content with taking Saquon out of the game, and I think Jalen threw for about 275-ish, somewhere around there, and that was after AJ was less than happy the previous week. This could be that week against Washington. Washington's got a tough defense. Marshawn Lattimore is back. I know that Mike Evans had his way with them 2 weeks ago. They gave up a lot of yards, over 500 to the Lions, and gave up 31 points to the Lions. If the weather is conducive for moving the football, this could be the week where we see Jalen and the passing game step up and kind of supplement that offense and maybe even lead that offense. So they're 2 games away from winning 2 wins away from being Super Bowl champions. This is who the team is. I know people want to complain about Jalen, but at some point, like he's gotten you to this point right now. Got to appreciate winning and getting here. And I don't like the whole they're winning in spite of him notion, because to me that kind of underscores what his value is to the team. And I think everyone should have seen that value when he was out, when Kenny Pickett was in, when they weren't able to run the ball as effectively. Just having Jalen Hurts back there has opened things up for Saquon Barkley to be able to rush for 2,200 yards on the season now. Saquon's not that kind of running back with those numbers if he doesn't have Jalen Hurts there for defenses to have to be wary of. And I think that's a major impact that's not reflected in Jalen's stats.
If I can backtrack, you mentioned about A.J. Brown. He had 2 drops in the game on Sunday. 7 targets, by the way, 2 drops. Are we not talking enough about A.J. Brown's knee? You mentioned Jalen Hurts' knee. Is A.J. Brown, I mean, he looks sluggish at times out there. Is that maybe impacting this offense as well?
Somewhat, yeah. And he did have a big catch on a much-needed 3rd and 5, 6, 7, somewhere around there, where he ran that little double. They ran a double slant, and he caught a pass for a first down, and that kind of helped ice the game. But AJ needs to step up. Like whenever receivers become the story for their own, for whatever they do, or even if it's not their fault, and for AJ's well-intentioned reading on the sideline, or the comments that he made where Brandon Graham then kind of added fuel to the fire, like their spotlight has been on AJ, the relationship and all that. We put that to rest, and they've hugged it out, and they've celebrated, and they've done everything else. You got to perform, and he's got to step it up and he's got to make those plays in the big moment. Everybody's going to drop a pass every now and then, but when that spotlight's on you, when the onus is on you, when the pressure is on, when the lights are brightest, got to make those plays. And I don't recall that second drop. You said 2 drops. So because the first one's so glaring, right? At the 1, they end up with nothing on that drive. That was a drive. Then there was a sack, and they run down the clock and just get sacked again, or whatever happened at the end of the half. They had an opportunity to go from 7 to 3 to 0 on that drive to end the first half. And that sticks out, but you got to make those plays, got to make and I don't think this is going to be a week where you can get away with mistakes, tackle negative plays, anything along those lines. Got to bring it. Got to bring your A game against the Washington Commanders. They have long since proven that they are a good enough football team to go out and compete with anybody. Impressive win against the Buccaneers in Tampa. Mighty impressive win against the Lions in Detroit. They're very much capable of upsetting the Eagles and heading to the Super Bowl.
Second drop was the over the shoulder that he bobbled through his hands on the sideline.
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
To which, and listen, we can read it as what you want, but Chris Long said on his podcast that drop he thought was bleeping unacceptable. So, it's very frustrating because it's like we have this. There's such an intense ridicule, Rob, of the quarterback in today's society because of how centrally focused they are in the conversation. But at the end of the day, I always tell people, Rob, listen, if the receivers don't catch, the offensive line doesn't block, the quarterback means nothing. Look at Joe Burrow. He had this amazing season, but most of the year his defense, his offensive line was trash.
Yeah, and I think some quarterbacks, not all quarterbacks are criticized the same. Some quarterbacks may be a little bit more untouchable, or people will look for negative surroundings or to blame others around them as opposed to blaming them. In Philly, nobody's untouchable. In Philly, it's a whole different animal, Josh. And people will come after everyone, whether it's the quarterback, it's the coach, it's the wide receiver. I think the only person who hasn't, even Saquon, actually, I was going to say he wasn't criticized, but he did drop a pass against the Falcons back in week 2 that would have sealed that game, and they would have won that one and would have given them home field advantage, which they end up with anyway because the Lions lose. So everything worked out. But it's not fair. Like, look at Josh Allen versus Lamar Jackson. Somebody had to lose that game. One of those guys is getting labeled with can't win the biggest game because neither one of them's won a Super Bowl yet. Neither one of them has been to a Super Bowl yet. And now Josh Allen and the Bills go on and lose to the Chiefs again for the 4th time in the playoffs and can't get to a Super Bowl. Allen will carry that burden with him into the offseason. And it's not fair because it takes more than just a quarterback. It's, as you said, receivers got to make their plays. They got to run the routes correctly. Running backs have to block when called upon. Offensive line has to do all they got to block. They got to make sure, and nowadays, because it's called so often, make sure you're not illegally downfield. I hate seeing that penalty. I feel like we see it every game, and there's always like one long gain that's negated by an offensive lineman being 1 yard illegally down. Doesn't even hit anybody. He just crossed that line of scrimmage too soon, and it's just a flag, and it calls back that play. I wonder if that's something. It just gave me an idea to reach out and see if that's something that the league could consider looking into.
That's very interesting. Rob Maaddi from the Associated Press joining us here on 97.3 ESPN at Rob Maaddi on the Twitter X platform. APnews.org is where all the coverage is at. You mentioned about Washington and Detroit last week. I want to ask you about that because, I felt like it was a styles make fight situation. The Lions, they're a depleted defense. Washington's got a fearless head coach and offensive coordinator. And I feel like Washington, they were a matchup for teams like Tampa and Detroit because of those situations. You've talked about, Rob, about how Tampa's secondary was not great this year. So, can Washington do that against an Eagles team that the only reason why they gave up 22 points at the end of that game was after C.J. Gardner-Johnson got kicked out of the game?
Yeah, and also, like last week, they did a great job against the Rams up until they stopped bringing pressure and just let them move down the field in the 4th quarter, which I didn't like that, and especially from someone who had the Eagles -6. But that's blaming Jake Elliott missing two extra points, too.
By the way, do you know the Philadelphia Eagles are 4-0 when Jake Elliott misses an extra point?
This season?
No, in the postseason.
Wow. Oh, interesting. Yeah, he missed one in the Super Bowl, didn't he?
Yes, he did, and the one they won.
How about that? Here's another. The Eagles are 3-0 in NFC Championship games when I'm at the link when I'm in the press box. I missed the Panthers one because I had ACL surgery, was at the next 3 at the link. I was obviously at the ones in the vet, but we're just talking about the link. And I will not be in the press box this Sunday. So sorry, Eagles fans. They are undefeated when I am there in the NFC Championship game. But going back to the Commanders, I'm just so impressed with Jaden Daniels and his ability to process, his ability to make quick decisions, to get rid of the ball, to change plays, to go into the right look, to make decisions on the like. It's evident that this is a guy who was ready to play right away. And oh, by the way, he played 4+ years in college. Bo Nix played 5 years in college. Look at the success that they had. There's something to be said, Josh, for getting experience and getting 60+ starts in college. And then just you can compare that to Anthony Richardson, who barely threw 300 passes or whatever it was in his college football days. And he's still essentially in college, but now in the NFL.
Yeah.
So I think Jaden Daniels, his preparation is top notch, his poise, his leadership ability, his calmness, his coolness. Obviously, he's a faith on the field type of guy. Spoke to him last week about a little bit of what keeps him so calm, what keeps him so grounded, what keeps him under pressure, what keeps him cool in those moments. And he leans on his faith. And it's not to say that guys on the, like, I love this conversation. Guys on the other team pray too. Yeah, of course they do. But it's about what it does for you as a person, how it helps you. It's never about, oh, God's got favorites here on this side or the other. It's about how it helps you go out there and perform. And when Nick Foles went out there and beat Tom Brady in the Super Bowl because he didn't put all this pressure on himself to succeed, and he knew end of the day he had peace within himself because of where his identity lays. Same thing with Jaden Daniels, and I think he's just been so impressive. Terry McLaurin's a beast, but the Eagles secondary certainly is more equipped to play against this team than the Lions. And the Lions lost Amik Robertson early in that game too, one of their corners. Like, as depleted as they were even more depleted as the game wore on. And the Buccaneers, as you mentioned earlier, we talked about their secondary was depleted all year. Assuming Quinyon Mitchell is back, and I don't see any indication to believe that he's not going to be ready for Sunday, the Eagles are better equipped to handle them. And ultimately, I saw the line going from 4.5 to 6 already. A lot of people betting on the Eagles. I have them going to the Super Bowl and winning it. I'm not changing my mind now, but I might take the Commanders to sneak in and cover.
All right, so a couple things you said there. I don't want to lose track of them because what you said at the end is very good. I'm glad you brought that up. But to your point about the guys and their faith, you know, last night there were several Ohio State players who gave credit to Jesus for the win. And it's like, it's not that God hates Notre Dame and only likes Ohio State. It's just that, you know, for an individual in their circumstances, in their situation, what that means to them and their whatever they're dealing with. You know, people have all kinds of different things dealing with in their life. So I'm glad you mentioned that. To your point about what I thought was interesting about Washington is I don't think we've talked enough as well about the flip side of the Ben Johnson situation going to Chicago, which is Dan Quinn hired the right guy to be the OC, to deal with Jaden Daniels. Cliff Kingsbury, he could have gone theoretically to any of those openings last offseason. And he ended up in Washington. And you got to wonder, you know, Rob, how much of the Washington Commanders' success this year do we attribute to the offensive coordinator?
A ton of it. And Cliff Kingsbury at one point had agreed to go to the Raiders, if you recall, last year as offensive coordinator, and then couldn't hammer that out and changed his mind and ended up going to Washington. Much better situation for him with Jaden Daniels coming in than the Raiders would have been with Gardner Minshew and Aiden O'Connell. But I think Kingsbury's a guy who's done a terrific job. The knock against him in the past is that he gets figured out at some point in the season, and his teams and his offenses don't perform as well in the second half as they do early on in the season. That hasn't been the case in Washington. They've continued to improve. Jaden Daniels continues to get better. And Cliff Kingsbury, credit to him. We've talked about guys being, Kellen Moore being distracted or not distracted, whatever. And Josh, the truth is, only the coordinators who interview for these jobs know how much of a distraction it caused on their life, right? If they're prepared from the off season and it's just 3 hours that they would have been spending hanging around, like Kellen Moore said, watching a fourth grade basketball game or whatever it may be, fine, whatever it is. But to Cliff Kingsbury's credit, he's not interviewing. He's waiting until the end of the season. And it's, you know, it's ironic because the Lions, Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson did the interview circuit, right? 5 for Glenn and 4 for Johnson. And you can't knock Ben Johnson's offense for putting up 530 points and yards and scoring 31 points. But he did call for a wide receiver reverse throw with 12 minutes left in a game, down by 10, that resulted in an interception. That probably wasn't his best play call. So I think Cliff Kingsbury's gone the right route with focusing on the playoffs for the Commanders, and they're winning and they're there. And maybe on Monday he can interview after the Eagles beat him.
All right, so back to your point about the Eagles. Rob Mike from the Associated Press, before I let you go, you mentioned about the line movement, okay? So here's the interesting part. The sharp money, the wise guys are all on the Eagles. The sports books actually have the Eagles as the favorite to win the Super Bowl in almost every single book right now.
Wow.
It's the public money that's going heavy Commanders. 65% of the public money has Washington winning the game on Sunday. But according to the sports books, they give the Eagles a 75% chance to win the game. So it's a big dichotomy here. The quote-unquote sharp guys, Rob, are saying our money's on the Birds, and the public money is saying, no, we want the Commanders.
Interesting. I think the public rides with emotion, right? And when you take a look at this and analyze these two teams, Eagles beat them at home and would have beat them on the road if Devontae Smith catches Kenny Pickett's third down pass and they don't have to kick a field goal. That was with Kenny Pickett playing essentially 3.5 quarters. They should have won that game. Eagles are the more talented football team. They're relatively healthy. They're home. All of that adds up into, I thought the line should have been 6 in the beginning. Commanders have been playing well, but let's not forget, as well as the Commanders played against the Lions and they found a way to beat the Buccaneers, Tampa Bay had a second down and won at the 12, I believe it was, with an opportunity to take the lead late and then a series of bungled plays. Baker Mayfield tried to run for a first down and got stopped. 2nd and 1 turned into 3rd and 1. Then Graham Barton, the center, snapped the ball before anyone else was ready, thinking the Commanders were offside. Turned into a Bucky Irving 3-yard loss because the line and everything was out of sync, and they had to settle for a field goal that tied the game and allowed the Commanders to drive down the field and win on a game-ending field goal. They were that close to losing the game. Buccaneers moved the ball against them. So this is a team that they've played well. Credit to them. Tremendous job by Jaden Daniels. Dan Quinn's been aggressive in the first 2 playoff games, as he has been all year. May have led the league in 4th down. Him and Campbell were right there in 4th down conversions, 4th down attempts. But the Eagles are a better, to me, this is as big of an upset as people thought the Commanders beating the Lions in Detroit was. I think it's an even bigger upset if they come into Philly and beat the Eagles in an NFC Championship game. It's a different environment. It's a better football team. I said it for weeks that the Eagles are better than the Lions. I wanted to see them face off so we can settle that once and for all. Commanders ruined that story, and now it's Washington. But to me, it would be a big upset and a surprise. I think the Commanders can backdoor cover, can keep it close, but the Eagles should win the game.
Well, the good news is, Rob, even though you will not be in the building on Sunday, the Philadelphia Eagles are 6-0 when Sean Hockley is the head ref.
Oh!
Nick Sirianni is head coach.
Sean Hockley, baby guns, right? He's almost there like his dad. He's almost got those.
He's got about 10 years to build up that.
How about that? I love whoever keeps referee stats. Like that to me that's something. Keeping those stats. Wonder what the stats are. I got to see what it looks like with the referees in Kansas City. I know the Chiefs, everybody wants to complain about the Chiefs and the egregious calls and everything, yet the stats say they've been the most penalized team since Patrick Mahomes became the starting quarterback. None of that matters when you're calling 2 egregious roughing the passers and all that. So interesting. That's a good one.
Well, we'll keep an eye on at Rob Maaddi on the Twitter X platform to see what you end up digging up on those referees and more. The NFL playoffs, of course, continue this Sunday. The championship round, Eagles and Commanders, Chiefs and Bills here on 97.3 ESPN. Rob, always appreciate you talking on, and we'll talk again soon.
Great job you're doing, man. Keep it up. Thanks, Josh.
Appreciate it. Rob Maaddi here on 97.3 ESPN. We'll wrap up the 3 o'clock hour. Coming up on the other side, Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget, still to come, Football at 4 with Adam Caplan from the Inside the Birds podcast, and also Nick Earnshaw from Nick's Nuggets coming up all in the next hour here on 97.3 ESPN.
It's Philadelphia Flyers hockey tonight on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Listen as Tim Saunders and Todd Fedor bring you all the exciting play-by-play action.
They score! Connecting on the one-timer, and TK makes no mistake, the power play goal.
It's Flyers Red Wings tonight. Coverage begins at 7 p.m. It's Flyers hockey all season long on South Jersey's radio home for Philadelphia Flyers hockey, 97.3 ESPN.
So you need a new car or SUV, but you're upside down in your trade, but you're worried about your down payment, but your credit is less than perfect. Bring your butts to any Matt Blatt Kia today. With over 1,100 new Kias, all with zero down, zero payments until April, or get $10,000 in bonus cash, or 0% for 72 months on every clearly marked Kia EV6 and 9. Buried in a loan or lease? Matt Blatt Kia wants to get you released. New all-wheel drive Kia Sportage or Sorento, 1.9% for 60 months. Matt Blatt Kia. With our PA and New Jersey Kia Superstores, Abington, Egg Harbor Township, Toms River, or right to your front door.
It's gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
With approved credit, $1,389 per thousand finance. Not all will qualify. Credit may affect down payment. Offers can't be combined. Go to mattblattkianj.com for complete details, or 888-505-6670. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes through KMF. Rebates and incentives to dealer. Expires 2/4/25. Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, and on Route 37 in Toms River.
Hope you're all enjoying this great classic rock. This is the music to get you going no matter what you need to do. And for the ones who get it done, Grainger offers high-quality supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as access to product specialists who have the knowledge and experience to answer your toughest questions. Plus, their commitment to being your safety partner can help keep your facility safe and your people safer. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done while listening to classic rock.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Up top, bike shop.
Yeah. It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Nesselthorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money, because you're in charge. Today, you're going to pay down your credit card bill. But you decide when you'll pay it. Before the due date, so those interest charges don't get you. But you decide if you pay it in full. But you definitely should, because again, interest charges. With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then, you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with
Breaking news coming in from Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in New Jersey.
You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
3 o'clock hour of the Sports Bash has been brought to you by Broadleaf's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Broadleaf's is your trusted source for heating, plumbing, and installation for generations. Call them at 609-390-3907. Online at broadleafs.net. How about Nick from Galloway? Says, Eagle fans, just enjoy these moments. Stop worrying about what they need to do and focus on enjoying what they are doing. Stop whining, Eagle fan. That's from Nick in Galloway. Dan in EHC says, got to watch out for that Lovu guy in the game. When he hit Goff, it was game over. He was also the one that concussed Jalen Hurts. We'll get into Lovu and the Washington defense throughout the week, Dan EHC. Don't worry. Coming up on the other side, Adam Caplan for today's edition of Football Forward, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. I'm Josh Hennig, filling in for Mike Gill on 97.3.
It's the NFC Championship game this Sunday as the Eagles host their NFC East rivals, the Washington Commanders.
He breaks a tackle. He's on his way. Here he goes. He's at the 40, 30, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown! Saquon Barkley!
Pre-game coverage starts at 2 p.m. South Jersey's official home for Eagles playoff football. 97.3 ESPN. South Jersey's home of Super Bowl 59.
Go get your game on at the Gallery Bar, Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Get in on the parlay while in the middle of a party. Go for the sports scene and go for the endless screens. Go to the gallery, go to Fanatic Sportsbook, and go for the win at Ocean Casino Resort. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you tried online gaming. Who knew 12-year-old boys could be so mean? And where did they learn to swear like that? 2 hours of losing to these underage trash talkers, and you're starting to question if maybe you really should stick to pickleball and other boomer stuff. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-213-5757. 800-213-5757.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha!
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Stop the countdown. Don't let the new year pass you by. Get to Matt Blatt Mitsubishi to save the day. If you're a first-time buyer or you're under the conclusion you can't get approved for a car loan, Matt Blatt Mitsubishi wants to finance your future, not your past. So if you have a job clearing $450 per week, we will work hard to get you approved. New Mirage, just $16,999. That's a new Mitsubishi Mirage E, under 17 grand. Plus zero down, zero payments until March, and 0% for 48 months. New Outlander Sport SUV, $24,999. No payments for 90 days, and zero down. Bring in any trade, and AJ the Trademan will get you top dollar during the year-end sales event at Matt Blatt Mitsubishi.
Simply, Matt Blatt Mitsubishi.
Rate qualifications exist with approved credit. $16.66 per 1,000 finance on in-stock 2024 Outlander Sports. Not all will qualify. Go to matt.mitsubishi.com for complete details or call 844-946-2315. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes. Matt Blatt Mitsubishi in the heart of Glassboro for 30 years.
Home of the Philadelphia Eagles.
They've got him. It's a sack.
Sixers.
Oh, baby.
And Flyers.
He scored!
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey. 97.3 ESPN presents The Sports Bash with Mike Gill. It's time for Football at 4 with Adam Caplan. Powered by the Inside the Birds podcast.
I give my heart and soul to this franchise, as so many of us do.
Now live, this is Football at 4.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on a Tuesday edition of the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Yes, it is another edition of Football at 4. NFL insider Adam Caplan joins us. Yes, it's Inside the Birds is the podcast. Wherever you get your podcasts, InsideTheBirds.com for all your coverage of the Eagles, as well as Inside the Birds. Just search it on YouTube. And don't forget about the Patreon subscription where you get all the excellent insights, insider insights from guys like Greg Cosell, John DiFilippo, and more. Adam is back here for our Tuesday edition. Welcome in, Adam. How's your Tuesday going?
Josh, I hope you're doing well. Yeah, in fact, tonight we have Greg Cosell at 8 o'clock with our Patreon members. And they'll be lining up for questions and discussions with Greg, and we'll have a couple questions, too. And then tomorrow night we have John DiFilippo scheduled, the Super Bowl winning Eagles former quarterbacks coach. That's also at 8 Eastern. And then Jeff and I are at Thursday, so those are on Zoom. And also, this just happened. We just dropped it this morning. It was fantastic. Jeremiah Trotter Sr. with our Derek Gunn. Derek has a great interview with him, which you get on all the podcasting platforms. So that dropped today, and we love that. Q&A will be tomorrow, by the way, not today. We moved them back a day. So Quentin Michael and Jason Navarro will be tomorrow. And we've got a lot more coming. Last week we had 24 different shows, which is the most in our history.
Yeah, those gut-on-one interviews are absolutely awesome. So I definitely recommend people to check that out over on the Inside the Birds platform. Speaking of the Birds, Adam, obviously it's the time of the week when we start making the transition from what happened to the future. And obviously part of the Eagles' future is currently has some clouded injuries over it. Let's first start with Jalen Hurts, because we saw on the TV copy of the game, as you like to call it, Adam, on the television, they zoomed in on his knee in the game. So talk about that knee issue and how it impacts Jalen in the offense.
Yeah, Josh, we actually talk about this today. The other show that we just dropped, literally within the last hour, is myself, Jeff Mosher, and Andrew DeCecco. We did our roundtable show, which you get in all podcasting platforms. And we actually talk about this. Well, what's this going to look like on Sunday? And you got to understand, Jalen, before the knee injury, it's his left knee, by the way, he had the 44-yard touchdown run on the first series. And, by the way, he had one of the fastest quarterback runs of the season. By the way that the NFL tracks it, they have the sensor in the shoulder pad, so that's pretty interesting. And then on a really nice run, you saw later in the game he hurt his left knee, and that he was not the same after that. So here's the thing, Josh, for Sunday, it's not a question, will Jalen Hurts play? It's, okay, well, when he drops back, how firm will his feet be? His plant leg is his left leg, his power leg is his right. will they ask him to run the football? Because we know how impactful he is as a runner. Also, when he scrambles, when the pocket breaks down, he decides to break the pocket. How successful will he be? We can't answer these questions. The Eagles don't know that. They know what exactly the injury is, but they're not going to know until they get through practice this week how he looks. So we'll obviously keep an eye. Tomorrow's their first practice. Actually, what they're going to do is they're not having a practice. They're going to have a jog through. They're going to practice 2 days, Thursday and Friday. But look, tomorrow's their install day. They start installing what it's going to look like. They tune it up. Thursday's their long day, and Friday's their light day. And then they have the Saturday walkthrough. So this is a big deal, Josh. Now, I would, before we go on to move the other players and everything else, the thing is here, Josh, people are saying like Hurts didn't play well and this, that, and the other. Let's not forget he lost 2 plays in that game. The deep ball to A.J. Brown dropped, down the right sideline. People say I'm a Hurts hater. I'm not. I tell the truth. Sometimes it's very critical because it's the truth. He also lost the Devontae Smith route down the middle, which probably was a post route. Remember, he got hit. He got illegally hit. But that was a good throw. Now, I know Jeff thought it was a little bit late, but the bottom line is it was there. Devontae Smith could have caught it. He had it in his hands. He got hit before the ball got there. So, yeah, those are 2 big plays. Let's not forget about that. They've chosen to play a certain way, Josh, this season. And there are a lot of reasons why, but they play a specific way. But it's not like they didn't try to throw the ball downfield. That would not be correct. They actually did.
Yeah, and there are other plays throughout the game, and we could literally do a 2-hour podcast on Inside the Birds, Adam, just breaking down the plays that coulda, shoulda, woulda throughout the game that would have impacted Jalen Hurts' passing totals at the end of the day. By the way, Josh Allen had 127 passing yards, and Jalen Hurts had 128. So read into that what you will, right, Adam?
No, it's fair to bring that up. I know people get mad at us when we don't bring up other players. So I think my only problem with the Hurts supporters is they make so many excuses. They rarely will admit that Hurts didn't do the right thing in terms of he should have stayed there, don't move, don't break the pocket. But we focus on education. We don't take shots. There's no hate ever, not with anyone who works for us. It's completely false. As a matter of fact, the Patreon members, I know there were some who thought Greg was overly critical in the beginning. Now they're totally back Greg because Greg is educating them on what should happen and when it's not done the right way. But by the way, you should have seen Greg's notes for the Pittsburgh game. Greg was blown away how well Hurts played against Pittsburgh.
Yep.
He lets the tape speak to him. The all 22, it's not TV copy, just for people to be clear here.
Right, that's why I was clarifying what I said with my intro. You mentioned that a lot on the Inside the Birds podcast. There's an extreme difference between the TV and the all 22. Speaking of, you mentioned A.J. Brown. He had 2 drops in the game.
Yeah.
Left knee, he had 7 targets, 2 catches, 2 drops. Tell us what else you saw, Adam.
Yeah, I'm not going to give him the drop, the one over the middle, because, Josh, he would have got his head knocked off. I mean, you understand that. I'm not criticizing A.J. I understand he pulled up on that one because the ball was really in front of him, and he would have gotten hit. But the one down on the right sideline, I'm sorry, that's right there. You got to catch that. If I'm not mistaken, now I have access to this. I'm going to look this up just to be sure. I don't think A.J. Brown had a drop in the regular season, which is incredible. Because if you know over the years, we've always said he's good hands, not even close to elite hands. Some years he's had more drops than I'm sure you would find acceptable. But, yeah, it just bothered me that he dropped that ball downfield, but that's okay. Look, it happens. Now he's got this left knee issue. He got hurt in the Pittsburgh game when they decided to throw the ball, not run it, when they were up 14 points with 6 minutes left against Pittsburgh in Week 15. He has not been the same since then. Now, he did practice more last week. I know he had said after the game he's feeling better. Okay, that's fine. But he has not looked the same since he got hurt. To me, Josh, I don't know why they don't. I know they're not dropping Jalen back a lot to throw, but can we see Dallas Goedert get the ball more? He looked great. Did he not look great? I thought he looked great last week. I'd like to see him get the ball more.
Absolutely. Goddard, for 2 straight games, has looked really good since his return from his latest injury. Talk with Adam Caplan here at Caplan NFL and Twitter X platform, Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com, and Inside the Birds on YouTube. The other injury of interest, Adam, I genuinely believe that game would have played out differently if Quinyon Mitchell played the entire game. They're describing his injury as a shoulder injury, right, Adam?
Yes. So, and then Isaiah Rodgers came in, and then Rodgers left briefly. He did come back number 34 late in the game, but I think he said he cramped up. But with Quinyon Mitchell, yeah, unfortunately, it's not a serious injury. We know that. It just he's got to get it right, and they'll take the time they need to get it right. But you're right. Mitchell's much bigger physically. He's just a better football player than Rodgers. But, Rodgers has been a good story. This has been a really good signing. Think about this, had they not signed Isaiah Rodgers, Josh.
Yeah.
Keely Ringo, look, he OTs, he was really good. He dropped off in training camp. It wasn't close between Rodgers and Ringo. I'm just telling you, he was not what Rodgers clearly won the number 3 job. In fact, he backs up. Vic Fangio confirmed today, which we on Inside the Birds already knew, that Rodgers backed up both outside spots. It's kind of what we had thought based on tape study and other things that we had heard. And now he confirmed it today that Rodgers clearly backs up both left and right corner. And Mitchell has been a great story. I did not vote for him for defensive rookie of the year last week for Pro Football Writers. But if we were putting together an all-rookie team, he clearly would have been on it. And then finally, Britton Covey is actually eligible to practice and play this week. Let's see if he even practices. But remember, he's missed almost the entire season with a neck injury. And as a matter of fact, he was practicing for a while, and then the neck didn't feel right, so they put him on IR. So we know Jejene has been the punt return. I'm more interested to see what happens in the offseason. Do they give Covey a chance to get that punt return job back?
And by the way, Adam, back to Isaiah Rodgers, I did want to mention that Darius Slay mentioned on his own podcast about how people don't understand how good Isaiah Rodgers is as a player and how lucky the Eagles are to have him. So there are guys on the Eagles as well, Adam, that are echoing what you're saying about Rodgers. Speaking of injury updates, Sam Cosmi, the guy that a lot of people think is the best O-lineman for the Washington Commanders, he is not going to play. Right ACL. So how is Washington going to replace him, considering that Jalen Carter guy is going to be right across the line?
Yeah, and that to me is I think Andrew DeCecco said on our show today, and I would agree with it, that is a major problem. He is not only their best lineman, it's not something that's debatable, he is their best lineman. He got a monster contract extension. This guy played guard in college, I believe at Texas. People were unsure if he could play guard, but, man, he's been a really good football player for them. It'll be Trent Scott. Trent Scott replaced him. We fully expect that to happen at right guard. And, look, Trent Scott's a journeyman, backup right tackle and left and right guard. You're right, Josh. And, by the way, 93 Milton Williams, because the Eagles will move their linemen around, it's a problem for them. This is something to watch immediately when Jaden Daniels drops back. I know that listen, the Eagles are king of the stunts and the sim pressures. I know they don't blitz much at all. I'm interested to see how they take advantage of this with Clint Hurt, the defensive line coach, and Fangio. Really interested to see what they do here to take advantage of that matchup.
Speaking of the matchup, Eagles are now up to 6 on the line, Adam. I mean, this thing has moved 2 points since this game is opened. You've covered the NFL for a long time. When you see a line move like that, Adam, what does it say to you?
Everyone's on the Eagles now. Okay, a couple things. It pretty much universally opened at 4.5. Today it moved to 6 in just about every sports book in the country. I know DraftKings got them at 6. There might be one that's at 6.5, but Josh, it tells you when the line moves that much. I mean, wow. 6 is a lot. That to me is wow. I don't bet, but I do have to pick for Sports Grid every Thursday with Scott Farrell at 5:30. I would tell you right now, I won't make my picks till later in the week. Washington has just blown me away how they've looked in the playoffs. Now, the Cosmi injury, that one you have to certainly factor in. But, boy, 6 points is a lot, Josh, with the way Washington's playing. And, with the A.J. Brown injury and we have no idea how well Hurts will play Sunday, that's a lot of points to give up if you're the Eagles.
Absolutely. And, Adam, before I let you go, first look at the weather. Good news, it looks like no snow on Sunday, right?
Josh, this right now again, because you know about you know what happened Sunday.
Yep.
If you're in South Jersey, got rain. And if you're south of King of Prussia, by the way, you got snow before the game. Then it stopped. Then around the link, they got it in the second half where it stopped with us south of King of Prussia. So things could happen and change. But the early look for weather, it's really crazy how this is going to happen. At 3 p.m., around game time, it should be around 40 degrees, which would be the warmest by far the day of the week. This morning, depending where you lived, it was 5 degrees, so it's maybe 18 or 19 now, Josh. So, yes, we could actually have great weather. No precip right now in the forecast.
Yeah, we got ice and snow down here, so the roads are.
We got ice too. Yep.
We still ice on the roads. That's why I keep telling people be careful out there because some of those roads didn't get salted, if you know what I mean, Adam.
Yeah, I know. And look, one of these days, hopefully in our lifetime, Josh, in each state they could figure out a way to just have better roads and less erosion. Because these potholes, man, for those of us who've been driving for a couple decades.
Yep.
It's not. In fact, already it's not good. I don't understand. Like, how did this happen? We've got this is the first real snowfall we've had in 2 years. Like, why are the roads bad already? I don't understand it.
It's ridiculous. But the good news is, at least the road will not be bad for the Eagles on Sunday. Multiple players were changing out their cleats and their studs during the game on Sunday. But 40 and clear sounds like a pretty good day for the NFC Championship game. And, of course, Adam Caplan and the Inside the Birds podcast, guys, got it all covered. Inside the Birds podcast, downloads, like, subscribe, wherever you get your podcasts, InsideTheBirds.com. And, of course, Inside the Birds on YouTube. And, Adam, again, tell the folks what's going on with the Patreon tonight and tomorrow.
Yeah, so tonight, Cosell at 8. Tomorrow night, John DeFilippo, former Eagles quarterbacks coach. Mosher and I with some great intel from our sources. So, and then you got, and by the way, the DeFilippo will be for Tier 3. Cosell tonight for Tier 3. We're gonna probably open it up for Tier 2 and 3 on Thursday night. Just go to patreon.com/InsideTheBirds for more, and be a member. Get to know us. Get incredible information we don't put out there, only for Patreon. We have private Zooms. We're also, by the way, Discord too. We get into Discord. We have fun, man. Jeff and I, and there might be 40 or 50 people on Discord at one time. It's pretty amazing. Pretty funny, by the way, and pretty entertaining, and really great people. They become friends. It's actually very cool.
Awesome. Love to hear it, Adam. Great stuff today. Always appreciate you jumping on. We'll talk again later in the week.
Thanks, man. See ya.
Josh Hennig here, filling in for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN. Of course, Football at 4 is brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. And to Adam's point, as we mentioned, the line has shifted 2 whole points. You know, literally this morning it was 5.5. Now it's up to 6.5 at a couple of the sports books here in Jersey. And, you know, we talked about this earlier with Rob Maaddi. There's a lot of sharp money. A lot of the wise guys who showed up, the professional gamblers, they're putting money on the Eagles. That's why the sports books have moved the Eagles to be such prohibitive favorites. The public is still betting heavy on the Commanders. So it's definitely something to keep an eye on if you are someone who keeps an eye on those kinds of numbers. All right, before we hit the break and Knicks Nuggets coming up in a little bit here on 97.3 ESPN, squeeze in a couple of texts at 609-403-0973. Matt from Northfield listening says, Jalen Hurts throwing the ball away isn't overly concerning to me. Lots of great pocket passers in NFL history use throwing the ball away as a strategic advantage when everything is falling apart around them. I also agree the Eagles' offense would benefit from more slant and quick developing pass plays. That's from Matt in Northfield. Yeah, Matt, I mean, that's the biggest problem that I have. I don't understand why. In what reality does Kellen Moore think it's okay to have so many slow developing plays? If you know your quarterback has a banged up knee and he's not as mobile, or if you know the quarterback is a bit of an overthinker, if you know the quarterback has a tendency to hold the ball too long, why put him in a position to keep making those mistakes? It boggles my mind, Matt from Northfield, that you have a situation where you know what the quarterback's good at, you know what the quarterback can do, you know what the strengths of the quarterback are. Why are you letting him get banged up for 7 sacks in the game? You know, you could tell, and Dan from EHC is right, you could tell that Hurts was being impacted by the knee in the weather. Why are you asking the guy to hold the ball for 3, 4, 5 seconds, while A.J. Brown, Devonta Smith, Saquon Barkley, Jahan Dotson, Dallas Goedert, they're all taking 10 million years to get through all their routes on slow developing plays. It's just nuts. It's absolutely nuts. All right. Still to come, Nick Earnshaw for today's edition of Nick's Nuggets here on 97.3 ESPN. And don't forget, Casey Joyner coming up at 5 o'clock, all here on 97.3 ESPN FM. The 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle. Josh Hennig hanging out with you on a Tuesday afternoon here live in the Ocean Casino Resort studios of Atlantic City.
Wake up weekday mornings from 6 to 10 a.m. with Unsportsmanlike on 97.3 ESPN with Evan Cohen, Super Bowl champion Chris Canty, and Michelle Small.
Can't wake up without it.
Brought to you by the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City.
South Jersey Gas has a new financing offer to upgrade your home's energy efficiency without breaking the bank. And as a participating contractor, Broadleaf's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning can help. Get up to $25,000 at 0% interest for 84 months when you switch to Energy Star rated equipment. Upgrade your furnace, boiler, water heater, your entire system with no interest, no money down, and payments right on your utility bill. Call Broadleaf's for a free quote at 609-390-3907 or visit broadleafs.net.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted it close to town, with a picture window overlooking a yard. And you found it. Now, when you sit down to dinner, you've got front row seats too. Your neighbor's daily pickleball game. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states.
You okay?
I can't sleep with this cough.
Sounds like you need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with NyQuil VapoCool. It's NyQuil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
So you ready to get some sleep? Thank you, NyQuil VapoCool.
NyQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing nighttime coughing, aching, fever, best sleep with a cold medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have health news, a CDC update.
Pneumococcal vaccination is now recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Flex Premium Athleisure is softness that plays hard. From the couch to the gym to the office and beyond, Flex gives you premium comfort and style that keeps up with anything without costing everything. Whether you're chasing the ball or chasing the kids, life's a workout. Flex with it. Exclusively at Kohl's. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide.
based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying... Just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
Progressive Insurance presents the Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN. NFL, the Eagles hosting Washington on Sunday for the NFC Championship and a berth in Super Bowl 59. Philadelphia split their 2 regular season meetings with the Commanders, losing in Washington in Week 16. Both games were decided by single digits. Both teams are in the top 3 in rushing offense, and both are averaging nearly 28 points per game. NHL, the Flyers are home tonight facing the Detroit Red Wings. Philadelphia has won 4 of their last 5. They beat New Jersey in Newark on Saturday 3-1, wrapping up their 3-game road trip, while the Red Wings, they have lost 3 of their last 4. NBA, the Sixers are in Denver tonight to take on the Nuggets. Philadelphia looking to snap a 6-game losing skid as they wrap up their 3-game road trip. Joel Embiid has been ruled out tonight, dealing with that foot injury. Progressive Insurance, bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive. I'm Tony Desiri, and that's your Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
From the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. Tomorrow will be just like today, cold with a capital C. There is a chance of a snow shower this evening, maybe even a dusting or coating on the ground somewhere in South Jersey. Then clearing skies and frigid temperatures overnight, low of 9. Tomorrow, sunny and very cold, high of 20. Thursday will be a little better, a little warmer with sun and clouds. We'll see a high of 30. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
Tune in to the Bet365 Play of the Day during the Sports Bash with me, Mike Gill, every weekday afternoon at 5:45 on 97.3 ESPN. Made possible by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
And I am the voice of the voiceless.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN. Of course, it's almost 4:30, and that means it's time for another edition of Knicks Nuggets. And as always, it's brought to you by Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City, where the Fanatics Sportsbook is at. So you can go there for the win. Go to Ocean. Go to the gallery. Visit theoceanac.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Nick Earnshaw is back. He's actually on the video this time. I'm sure somewhere Ryan and Peter jealous here listening on night. They're probably not listening at all, so it doesn't really matter. How you doing, Nick?
What's going on, Josh? Nice to talk to you on the video stream. I think they are jealous. I mean, who wouldn't want to see this beautiful face every single day? I mean, who would?
Carried away.
I know. Then you set me up for it, so that's your fault for letting me get carried away. You built up my confidence right before I came on the show.
So what do you got cooking today for the Nuggets? We got a solid segment of Nick Earnshaw pontificating about what?
We got to start with the birds at first. Nugget number 1, Quinyon Mitchell, and we got to talk about his importance heading into this game. Gets hurt in the last game in the divisional round against the Rams. He goes out with an injury. Nick Sirianni did not give a lot of clarity today on if he's going to play, but they're hopeful. It seems like all the reporting out there is that they're hopeful he is going to play on Sunday. I mean, guys around this time of year, they want to try and be out there, whether they're banged up. It doesn't matter. But here's the thing. He has faced Terry McLaurin twice. And the last time that Quinyon Mitchell faced Terry McLaurin at home at the Link, Terry McLaurin had one catch. One catch. That's it. He did not do anything. So if you have him in fantasy that week, I actually did, you did not get a lot of points from Terry McLaurin. So the second game on the road, Quinyon Mitchell gave up his first touchdown to Terry McLaurin. So this is a matchup that is massive in the championship game. And if Quinyon Mitchell doesn't play, you're going to have Darius Slay follow him around because I do not trust Isaiah Rodgers on Terry McLaurin. He is dynamic, and I want to see that matchup of Quinyon Mitchell. So he is so important to this team. Remember, he got his first interception against the Green Bay Packers to end that game. He is massive to this team, and he's got the nickname Guantanamo Bay for a reason, Josh.
Yeah, I expect him to play on Sunday for a couple reasons. One, because if you go back and watch the injury, it wasn't like he got like his shoulder ripped off or like it got like it was just a weird angle. So I gotta think of this. This was an abundance of caution when they took him out of the game. And Nick Sirianni, I mean, look, can I just be honest? Nick don't know what he's saying from day to day, okay? Monday he says, I don't have injury updates. I expect everyone to be out there on Sunday. Today he goes on a radio show and says, I don't know what's going on. Like, Nick, you can't depend on Nick for injury updates. The only time Nick gives you anything was 2 weeks ago when he came out on the Wednesday presser and was like, Jalen's playing, enough questions. That's the only time he gives you a straight answer. But I tend to think that because we haven't heard anything reported up to this point, I think Quinyon's going to be fine.
I think so too. And they're very
by the
lucky.
way, really quick, you don't even need your shoulder anyway, okay? You're running. You need your hip complex. You need your feet. You need your knees. The shoulder, I mean, he could chicken wing a guy. And that's good enough, He'll be fine.
No, I disagree with you there, Josh Hennig. Okay, you need your shoulder as a quarterback to stuff him at the line.
Quarterback, not cornerback.
I say Oh, really? Really? Are we gonna do this? Are we gonna do this today? Quinyon Mitchell has to play. I mean, I need him to play on Sunday. The whole fan base needs him to play.
He's
the
gonna play. He'll be fine.
But I think with the shoulder, you need it. You have to put your hands up. You have to have those arm battles with Terry McLaurin. So you do need your shoulder, Josh, first of all. That's first and foremost. But the Eagle, he's very important to this team because that matchup with Terry McLaurin is huge. And Jane Daniels loves going to Terry McLaurin in the red zone specifically, right? He had so many touchdowns this year, like in the red zone. So that is something to watch for. And that matchup is huge. I like Darius Slay as well, but I would rather have him on Olamide Zaccheaus and, the former Eagle and some of their other guys that they have out there. I want Quinyon on Terry McLaurin. So, and that matchup has been back and forth. So the last time, like I said, they played at home, Quinyon Mitchell won that battle, but they got very lucky with Quinyon not hurting that shoulder a little bit more than it actually was.
Absolutely. I do agree with that part. All right, what's our next nugget here?
All right, nugget number 2. Now they are playing the Commanders, Josh.
Yes,
and I don't know if you realized, as an owner, Josh Harris, as a Sixers owner, has not gotten past the second round. In his first year as Commanders owner, he gets past the second round and is in a conference championship. Who knew he could do it? Who knew? Not Sixers fans, that's for sure. As a Philadelphia fan base, him being the Sixers owner, and the Commanders owner, doesn't it make you feel some type of way that Josh Harris is in a conference championship, not with the 76ers, but with the Eagles, division rival, on the way to the Super Bowl? Josh, just what are your thoughts on this whole dynamic here?
Listen, I'm not Billy Schwein, okay? I don't get bent out of shape over all the teams Josh Harris owns and all that stuff. If you want to criticize him for his, do we even call it managing of the Sixers? I don't even know what you call it, honestly, at this point. But if you want to criticize him for the job he has done at hiring people, let's say, to run the Sixers, you can certainly criticize that, right? There's the Sam Hinkie to the Colangelo regime to the cabal. Nobody knew who was running the team to now Daryl Morey. Like, if you want to criticize him for that, that's fine. I could care less that he owns the Commanders. He grew up in the DMV area. It's his hometown team. Good for him that he was rich enough. I mean, he literally gave Daniel Snyder in the NFL $6 billion to go away. If I had $6 billion, I'd pay some people to go away as well. So, good for him. I love Jaden Daniels. he obviously is a much better owner of the Devils and the Washington Commanders than he is for the 76ers, and maybe that's a sign for Josh Harris to realize that maybe he needs to ask some of the guys he works with in Washington and in North Jersey of how to run a better team.
Listen, I agree. He needs to learn how to run a better basketball organization. Clearly, he's good at the football thing. I mean, they're already playing the Eagles. He's good at the football thing.
And the hockey thing, too. He has
pretty
done
good at the Devils. Yeah.
He did a great job at hiring front office people in that organization. They overhauled for those who don't know, they overhauled the Devils front office up there in New Jersey after he took ownership, and they've done a much better job at scouting and development and adding players. They stole Dougie Hamilton from Carolina in free agency. For those who don't follow hockey, he's one of the best defensemen in the NHL. So, obviously, and by the way, he owns that Crystal Palace soccer team too. I can't pretend like I know what's going on over there, though. I only know about Wrexham, and that's it.
Well, it's pretty good. It's pretty good knowledge from you, Josh Hennig, all right, to say the least. But here's the thing. It doesn't make you feel a little something. I mean, me and PG, we talked about this before. I know Mike Gill will totally disagree with me. I know he will, okay? But Josh Harris, I see him in the link, not as the Sixers owner, but as wearing the Commanders hat, being on the sideline all giddy. I mean, I would go nuts if you're an Eagles fan and a Sixers fan and a Philadelphia fan. I know he's from the DMV. This is the team he's always wanted. I get it. That's fine. But the Sixers, the fact they've been such a mess and such a disaster, especially lately. I mean, listen, he's brought him back to relevancy. I'll give him that. Business-wise, the Sixers have done a very good job. I will give them credit to that. They're getting a new stadium now. They worked it out with the Flyers. Great. Good for you. The basketball side has not worked out under Josh Harris. They haven't gone anywhere. They have not gotten past the second round since 2001. And in his first year as Commanders owner, they're in the conference championship against the Philadelphia Eagles. It's very weird that the team he owns across the street is now going to be rooting for the other side. It's just very odd. And he's not a guy who's bought in like John Middleton and Jeffrey Lurie to the culture.
Yeah, look, I totally get where you're coming from. Josh Harris has always been a guy who has been aloof. He's always been a bit of an odd individual. Everything he says and does is awkward to the umpteenth power. So, I get it. And he's an easy target, okay? I got the text here from Dan in EHT. Let me go find it here. He says it's Philadelphia versus Josh Harris. He ruined the Sixers. This is personal for Philly fans. If you're listening, Harris, cannot leave the link with a victory. That's from Dan in EHT.
I mean, the optics of him leaving the link with a victory is just awful. Awful. And if it snowed again on Sunday, which I don't think it's going to snow on Sunday, it's not in the forecast, the snowballs will be raining down like they were on Jared Verse. I mean, they would. How could they not be if the Eagles were to lose or something on Sunday? It would be massively infuriating to a Philadelphia fan base that has suffered through the 76ers and the process and everything that's going on with that franchise for years, to now see that owner go to a Super Bowl for a team that hasn't been there in years and years and years. I mean, that's going to make you feel, as a fan, a type of way where you're frustrated. Like, oh, he could do it with that team, but he can't do it with this team. I mean, there's a reason to feel frustrated.
Yeah, and it's also the idea that, for example, if you take a look at our business, right? Nick Earnshaw joining us for Nick's Nuggets here on 97.3 ESPN. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on a Tuesday afternoon on the Sports Bash. Nick, I've been doing the media thing for 20 years now, okay? And if I've learned anything from this business, it's the fact that just because people have money doesn't mean they know what they're doing, okay? There's a lot of people in this world who are very talented and very gifted, who nobody pays attention to, nobody listens to them, nobody cares. I'm one of them, okay? So I know begrudgingly, I look at Josh Harris and I say, this is the guy who has opportunity, and all he's done is make himself more money. He hasn't actually created a better product. And part of the reason why I wear a shirt like the Flyers shirt today, I'm wearing on my YouTube channel at Josh Hennig, is the fact that the Flyers are the fun team in Philadelphia. It's not the 76ers anymore. And Dan in the HT is right. You can blame Josh Harris for some of it because he has put this team, this organization, into a place where they could easily become number 4 in this city. And we got to find out in the next several months, are the 76ers serious about the future of this team, or are they only serious about the future of the arena?
Yeah, I think they already are number 4. They're already in that direction now.
You are already putting them there.
As of right now, they're 4. I mean, the way they've played this year, the disaster of a season that it has been, they're number 4 in my mind at the moment, just because of everything going on with that team this season. The injuries, the problems with Embiid, Daryl Morey. There's just so many issues. The stadium, people are just tired. That night, I mean, even
that's a good word for it. They're tired.
Yeah, people are tired of it. Even going back to last year, right? You look at
you don't have to give a description. It's just tired of it, and you can fill whatever you want into the it.
Here's the thing, right? The Knicks fans have taken over the building like so many times. Like, it's not even a home game for the Sixers anymore. You're starting to see emptier arenas every night. Like, if it's a bad team, they play the Pelicans. Oh, not as many people are showing up. If it's the New York Knicks, the entire building's orange. People don't care anymore. And when you start to get to the point of irrelevancy in this city and people not caring, you're going to run into an issue. And Joel Embiid's injury right now with his knee, there's no reason to go see the 76ers. It's not even
the injury, it's how they handle the injury.
It's true.
It's the charade of and the fan base feels like they've been lied to. They feel like they've been misled. They feel like they've been strung along. Philadelphia sports fans just want you to be honest with them. They don't want to be pandered to. They don't want you to, lie to them. They just want you to tell them the truth. And that's the reason why they get frustrated with Harris. They get frustrated with Dombrowski. They get frustrated with all these guys. Howie Roseman has done it right. Howie has said, I am what I am. Like me or hate me, I'm going to put out a football team. Howie is as awkward as Josh Harris is. But Howie's beloved because Howie owns it. Josh Harris doesn't.
Yep, that is totally right. All right, let's move on to nugget number 3. All right. You know what today is, Josh? It's 6 o'clock. The ballots get released. Who's going into the Hall of Fame of Major League Baseball? Yep. Now I got to get your thoughts. Billy Wagner has been so close every single year. Does he finally get in? And then after that, I have another question for you.
Well, first of all, I will say that about Billy Wagner. Can I be honest? I don't care if Billy Wagner gets in. I really don't. I feel like Billy Wagner is like he is the epitome of like that above average to good player. Like when Harold Baines got into the Hall of Fame, I knew it was a charade. Like I was done caring overly much because Harold Baines was a stat compiler. He played long enough to put up stats. He's like Drew Bledsoe to me. You play long enough, you put up good stats, right? And so Billy Wagner's the same way. He played long enough to put up stats. I think Billy Wagner had like a 4 or 5 year run where he was arguably the best closer in baseball. He's like Jonathan Papelbon. After a certain point, he wasn't great anymore. So, and the problem is, and I know that your boy's going to get mad at me, but your co-host on the Shift podcast, he's out there writing articles about who should or shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame. And it's like he has no context of history. Like, just because you loved Chase Utley or Billy Wagner when they played doesn't mean they should be in the Hall of Fame. It's not the Hall of Fame of who I loved. It's the Hall of Fame of the greatest players of all time.
Yes, and he has a problem with advanced analytics, too. He goes way too deep in the
way
weeds.
Too much.
Way too much. He doesn't have a feel. He
puts me to sleep sometimes.
He has no feel, Josh. No feel. But that brings me...
We're talking about Francisco, by the way.
That brings me to my next point. We're going to try and have an episode out within the next couple of days as well of the Shift regarding the Hall of Fame and everything going on in the offseason. Utley and Rollins. I think both are Hall of Famers in my estimation. You look at the peak of Chase Utley. I'm not saying just because I love him. I think you look at the peak, you look at the WAR. He was the best second baseman of his era, and I think that matters as well. It wasn't as long of a peak as you'd like for some Hall of Famers, but I think he gets in because of the era he was in and who the other second basemen were. I think it's fair to put him in. J-Roll as well. He's got the MVP awards, leads the team in hits all time. I think there's other reasons as well, other analytical reasons to put him in defensively. He was very good as a shortstop. I think those two have to go into the Hall of Fame.
So I've always been conflicted on Utley because on one hand, I have a tremendous amount of respect for Tim Kurkjian. I think he's one of the best to ever cover baseball. And he told me here on 97.3 ESPN years ago, I had him on during a summer, and he said Chase Utley should be in the Hall of Fame. And he gave a whole argument for why. On the other hand, I just can't get past the fact that Chase Utley feels more like Terrell Davis than he does like a legitimate Hall of Famer. He had this short window, like you said. Jimmy Rollins is a league MVP. Chase Utley is not. Jimmy Rollins had a longer run of high-level play than Chase Utley did. To me, Jimmy Rollins is one of the best shortstops of his generation. He just got overshadowed because he played at the same time as Jeter and Garcia Parra and A-Rod before he moved to third base. So, to me, I just think that the problem is that I value longevity more than some people. And to me, that MVP award, that's something. I mean, to me, I think there's a better argument to be made for Ryan Howard than Chase Utley in the Hall of Fame because Howard was easily one of the three most feared hitters. Not the most feared Philly, the most feared hitters in all of baseball. Like, that dude would come up and you saw the sweat dripping down guys' faces. They were scared to death of him.
Yeah, listen, it's fascinating, and Utley has gotten a lot of support, around 50%, I think it was. Some of the numbers that have been put out there already.
Yeah, the early returns.
Yeah. So listen, it's going to be close. I mean, you need 75% in. Utley or Rollins aren't getting in this year. I would think. I would highly doubt Utley gets in. He's leading Rollins in most of those polls,
which is crazy.
So it's going to be fascinating. I think they both at some point should get in. They were very, very key and instrumental to that Phillies run and baseball in general at that time. But that's 3 nuggets for you today, Josh Hennig.
Nikki Earnshaw here on 97.3 ESPN. Check out the Shift podcast. Like, download, subscribe wherever you get your podcasts. And, of course, he's the producer for The Locker Room with Billy Schweim, Saturday mornings, 10 a.m. to noon on 97.3 ESPN. Nick, we'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right, Josh, I'll talk.
And, of course, Nick's Nuggets today was brought to you by, I might have to pull out the right sheet. See, here's the problem with a day like today. I got too many pieces of paper lying around. I don't know which one is which. I had a coughing fit earlier because I tried to wolf down food in a break. My voice is still jacked up from it. I'm just having one of those days. Like the song, Limp Bizkit song "Break Stuff." Just one of those days. Got the right sheet now. Finally, Nick's Nuggets today was brought to you by Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City, where the Fanatics Sportsbook is at the Gallery Bar booking games. So whether it's football season, basketball season, March Madness, or more, you want to go to the Fanatics Sportsbook, go to the Gallery, go to Ocean to go for the win. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. And the follow-up on the whole Utley, Rollins, Phillies thing, the Philadelphia 2008 Phillies are in a very strange spot because that Phillies team is going to go down in history as one of those teams that I don't think baseball historians are going to give enough respect to because, you look at most World Series teams, right? Most World Series teams have some sort of collection of Hall of Famers on the team. And I think the problem is that, most World Series teams, they have at least a couple of guys who are either Hall of Famers or borderline Hall of Famers, okay? Even the 2005 White Sox had Frank Thomas on the team, even though he wasn't a big contributor at that point, as he was in years past. So, for the Phillies, if they don't eventually get a guy in the Hall of Fame, it's going to create this narrative that they're not a great baseball team. And I think the problem with that narrative is that people overlook the fact that for what do you want to call it, a 6-year run, that trio, maybe a 5-year run, but the trio of Howard, Rollins, and Utley was one of the best trio of hitters in all of baseball. And that whole situation of could any of them potentially not get the Hall of Fame, it's absolutely mind-boggling that we are having that conversation. And I just keep thinking back to the thought that if you are a person who looks at the history of baseball, it's going to create a very weird dynamic because moving forward, how do you say who are the best teams of all time? You know, the Phillies 2008 team doesn't have the Hall of Famers that the 1980 team did. But you can make the argument that the 1980 team versus the 2008 team, 1980 has more Hall of Famers, but 2008 was a less of a great team. Again, they had 3 players who were at the top of their game in all of baseball at that time. They got that Brad Lidge season, the bullpen, the bridge to Lidge, right? They had a great bullpen that year. And also, they played very, very, very good defense that season as well. Carlos Ruiz behind the plate, Shane Victorino in center field. So it's going to be interesting. If we end up in a situation where all 3 of those guys, Howard, Rollins, and Utley, don't end up in the Hall of Fame, how does history try to retell the story of the 2008 Phillies? We'll get it back to football coming up next. Casey Joyner talks NFL playoffs next on 97.3 ESPN.
So you need a new car or SUV, but you're upside down in your trade, but you're worried about your down payment, but your credit is less than perfect. Bring your butts to any Matt Blatt Kia today. With over 1,100 new Kias, all with 0 down, 0 payments until April, or get $10,000 in bonus cash, or 0% for 72 months on every clearly marked Kia EV6 and 9. Buried in a loan or lease? Matt Blatt Kia wants to get you released new all-wheel drive Kia Sportage or Sorento. 1.9% for 60 months. Matt Blatt Kia. With our PA and New Jersey Kia Superstores, Abington, Egg Harbor Township, Toms River, or right to your front door.
It's gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
With approved credit, $13.89 per thousand finance. Not all will qualify. Credit may affect down payment. Offers can't be combined. Go to mattblattkianj.com for complete details or 888-505-6670. Price includes all costs to be paid by consumer, except for licensing, registration, and taxes through KMF. Rebates and incentives to dealer. Expires 2/4/25. Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, and on Route 37 in Toms River.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted it close to town, with a picture window overlooking a yard. And you found it. Now, when you sit down to dinner, you've got front row seats too. Your neighbor's daily pickleball game. Progressive can't save you from your noisy neighbors, but we can save you money when you bundle your home and auto with us. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Sweetie, come here. Don't worry. I see a lot of patients with the exact same thing.
Ever since the ice skating rink went in next door,
Or is it more than
Dr.
me?
Clark's business is heating up.
So many patients need my help. How will I find time to see all of them?
They need to hire a scheduler, stat.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code EARN to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code EARN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code EARN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, it's Mike Gill from the Sports Bash. The action is heating up this playoff season at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Lock in your touchdown picks, check out trending parlays, and increase your winning with profit boosts. New customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with the promo code RADIO100. That's RADIO100 to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have a full tank of gas first before road tripping through the desert.
Empty? Seriously? Maybe I can walk.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Maybe I can't.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have health news, a CDC update.
Pneumococcal vaccination is now recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man, high five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Oh, up top, Bike Shop.
Yeah. It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messelthorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
At Progressive, we know money can't buy happiness. But money did buy your boat, where you find peace fishing, unlike at home with 3 teenage daughters. Because fish never argue about who stole whose crop top, or get mad the other fish used up all the hot water. No, they just swim around, never embarrassed to be seen with you in public. So save money by bundling your boat or RV insurance with home or auto from Progressive. And buy more happiness, or something close to it. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
The new year means new health goals, not just for your body, but your finances too. Your personal info is in so many places that are outside of your control. It only takes one mistake, and not even your mistake, to expose you to identity theft and lost funds. If your identity's stolen, LifeLock's restoration specialist will fix it, guaranteed, or your subscription money back, and resolve to make identity, health, and wealth part of your New Year's goals with LifeLock. Visit LifeLock.com and save up to 40% off your first year with promo code CLAY. Terms apply.
With GMF financing to qualified buyers, excludes Traverse and Corvette, excludes prior sales.
Start the new year right in a new Chevy from Bennett, where we sell new Chevys at the true GM supplier employee price. Yeah, you pay what our employees pay, not a penny more. Plus, at Bennett Chevrolet, you keep all the rebates. That's incredible. That's right, you save both ways, saving you up to 20% off the sticker. But it gets even better, because right now there's available 0.9% financing, saving you even more. 0.9. And get this, if you're looking for a pre-owned, Bennett Chevy will pay you a minimum $10,000 for any old clunker you can get here towards any pre-owned in stock. You'll get at least 10 grand for total junk. Imagine how much you'll get for a good trade. And one more thing, Bennett's sales team is paid on your satisfaction, not how much you spend. That makes a huge difference. No hype, no pressure. Together, let's drive. Bennett Chevy, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
Home of the Sports Bash with Mike Gill, 97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Now live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort Studio, here's Mike Gill.
Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill. Welcome to the 5 o'clock hour here on 97.3 ESPN FM, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle. We got a lot of texts to get to still to come this hour at 609-403-0973. Your DMs into the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle. Boy, this is one of those weeks where it feels like there are so many things to talk about with the Philadelphia Eagles that it's absolutely wild. You can go anywhere from, you heard Nick Earnshaw mention Quinyon Mitchell in the last hour. How is his return going to be? You could talk about, what is this offense moving forward, right? You can talk about so many different things with the Eagles, and it's absolutely amazing to me that any one of those individual topics can take us into a completely different direction. And, and then you have the thing that's going on with the Sixers and other teams, and it's like that creates an entire firestorm. Like, you look at, just look at the text board today at 609-403-0973. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on a Tuesday edition of the Sports Bash. We are hoping to connect with Casey Joyner, the football scientist, soon here on 97.3 ESPN. But back to the text board, we had so many people reacting throughout the day to our Eagles and Jalen Hurts and all these different conversations, and yet Nick Earnshaw brings up Josh Harris. And you would have thought that I said something about I would have said something about the president. Like, people are just reacting. Andrew Summers Point says Sixers need to have a fire sale, get rid of everybody, including limping MB, and start the process over. Dan from EHT saying it's Josh Harris versus Philadelphia. I mean, it's we got Mike chiming in saying blaming Josh Harris for his troubles may be a good angle for sports radio, but you got to believe with these injuries as strategic as healthy. It's a new NBA. I mean, there's so many angles you could take this Sixer stuff. And I'll just say this, because we're going to get back to the Eagles in a minute. it's not that blaming Harris is a good sports radio or it's just something you say on television or radio. I don't think that this is the new NBA. I really don't. I think that the problem with the Sixers is they are in a unique situation. You know, just like not every organization can be the Eagles, right? Howie Roseman has created something special in Philadelphia. And even though guys like Ryan Grigson was in Philadelphia, Andrew Barry was in Philadelphia, Ian Cunningham was in Philadelphia, Joe Douglas was in Philadelphia, Andy Weidel was in Philadelphia, none of those guys have been able to take what Philadelphia does and completely replicate it elsewhere. And that's why I don't think it's fair to say the same thing about the NBA. The NBA is not a sport where there is an apples-to-apples comparison in terms of, well, what the Sixers do as a part of what the NBA does. Because guess what? I had a buddy of mine texting me yesterday asking me why the Boston Celtics are playing their starters in the fourth quarter of a blowout. Okay? If it's what the NBA does, guess what? They ain't all doing it. Right? Warriors benched all their starters in a blowout. Celtics playing their starters. What gives? I don't know. I just say it's a team-by-team comparison. Just like I can't say that just because all these guys worked for Howie Roseman doesn't mean that the Browns, the Jets, Steelers, and where did Ian Cunningham go? I think he went to the Bears, didn't he? Doesn't mean all those teams all of a sudden start drafting great offensive and defensive lines. All right, Casey Joyner, the football scientist, is with us here on 97.3 ESPN after a busy football weekend. Casey, welcome back in. How you doing today?
Good. Yeah, when it comes to offensive lines, it kind of helps if you have Jeff Stoutland, you know?
Well, that and also the fact that, I mean, you know, as football history is better than anyone, Casey, like, you know, drafting in general is like playing roulette, basically. Like, you're never going to get it 100% right.
No, you're not. And even teams, when you go look at, I've been studying a lot of playbooks and old scouting stuff and things of that nature of late, and you'll see that teams talk about that. Like Belichick, there's a thing that he did back in the early 90s when he was taking over in Cleveland, and he gave his scouting departments. That's something that Daniel Jeremiah, I believe it was, put on YouTube. And he talked about things that he wanted. And from his offensive line, he basically said, look, we need good players. Here's the physical characteristics that we need. But this is a position we can coach up. So what we need is really good coaching. We need some solid players where you can coach this position up. And that's something they did for you. They had Dante Scarnecchia, who, again, if you have a Hall of Fame for our offensive line coaches, he goes. So, but kudos to the Eagles. Remember, a few years ago, it was, okay, new coaches coming in. They're going to make coaching changes. And the organization said, yeah, we might make some changes. Stoutland's not going anywhere. We'll make a run game for him. Whatever we have to do, we'll pay him more. He's not going anywhere. And, you know, it's the kind of coaches like that, they're hard to find. That's why a lot of people love the Cool Clinic, the coaches of offensive lines, and they're what is it? It's a clinic they held every year, and their what do you call it? Their motto, their mascot is a mushroom.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
In the dark, and you know what? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So with that being said, Casey, let's go back to the Eagles game on Sunday. For you, I want to start with this because there's been a lot of consternation about this in the last 36 to 48 hours. How much of what we saw on Sunday was the weather, and how much of what we saw on Sunday was, you know, just guys not doing their job?
In the passing game, Shula deserves a lot of credit. He's that story where he doesn't want to be known as Shula. Like when he would be introduced and he first started off, he'd be like, my name's Chris. He wouldn't tell you it was Chris Shula because he didn't want you to think, hey, I'm just getting this because of my dad, my grandpa and all that. He's really good. Very creative game plan. He does a lot of innovative things. I mean, he's worthy of the name as far as Don Shula is a DC because he was a great DC before he was a real good head coach. That was a big part of it. Weather is a part of it. Hurts getting hurt is a part of it. And again, the Rams are a very talented defense too. I think it's all of it. I don't think it all carries over to this week because we've seen Sirianni, something I expect to happen this week. I think Sirianni's going to say, hey, every time he's had like A.J. Brown goes a game or two without getting many passes, Sirianni says, all right, we're going to fix that. He makes sure that doesn't take place again. So I think they'll be okay. I don't like the way they played on Sunday, but I'm not worried about it carrying over because they've shown that they'll stay the course of who they are.
You mentioned about stay the course of who they are. Obviously, this is a team built around, we mentioned, the trenches, right? The offensive line, the running game. So is it fair to criticize Jalen Hurts when he's only being asked to throw the ball 20 times when the running back is going for 205 yards?
It is fair to criticize him. In fact, if you had to say something about this weekend's games, there were quarterbacks that got rattled and quarterbacks that didn't. And generally speaking, if you got rattled, you lost. And if you didn't lose. Now, the Eagles were an exception to that because I don't think Stafford got rattled to the same extent. The Eagles defense played really well in a lot of ways. They had some weaknesses too, but they made a lot of good plays in that game. But it seemed like Hurts, which is weird because Hurts has been in big games. Hurts has been in bigger games than this. It's not like this is his first divisional playoff game. It's at home and all that. But he was looking a bit shook up even before the plays started going against him. Once he got banged up and to hold that ball in the end zone like he did, to not throw away and take it that 1 sack and things. He started to try to play what I heard I saw somebody on social called hero ball. That, hey, I need to be the hero instead of just playing the game. And that's the thing. Sirianni's been coaching all year. We don't need hero ball. That's how the Chiefs are, by the way. I mean, you go 8 straight games without a turnover. That's how, because your quarterback doesn't play hero ball. And that's what the Eagles are going to have Hurts do. He played hero ball on Sunday. It almost cost him. He needs to not play that and just say, hey, I'm going to take what the defense gives us because we've got a team in a game plan that can win if I don't make mistakes.
So that's fascinating because we know that Hurts checked into the play that got Saquon that big run in the snow for the touchdown. So it's not like every decision Hurts makes is bad. So, for example, when you see these long developing plays, these plays where it feels like Hurts is holding the ball for like 4 or 5 seconds and the receivers still haven't finished going through their routes, how much of that do you look at Hurts? And how much that do you look at Kellen Moore and be like, guys, what are we doing here? Why do we keep having these plays that take forever to just completely flesh out?
Yeah, it's one of those things I mentioned last week. I'm reading a book called The Why is Everything. And one of the things they talked about was that Super Bowl with Shanahan, where he's coaching the Falcons, and they if they just play it safe, they win. And it talks about why he was just going to be aggressive. He just did not want to be aggressive. He's kind of like these coaches sometimes. I think they're kind of like fastball pitchers, and a fastball pitcher wants to throw his fastball. I was just watching a thing on Goose Gossage in the 84 World Series. I'm going to strike out Kirk Gibson. Gibby hits a 3-run homer and ends the game, ends the series on the next pitch. I mean, that they want to do that. I want to do this. And I think Kellen Moore sometimes gets to be like that. And that's one thing, again, Sirianni's got to take control of this. He's got to make sure it happens because in that book, it talked about how Dan Quinn just let Shanahan make the call. And it's like, yeah, that's why he lost the Super Bowl. You as the head coach need to say, hey, if Moore's calling 2 aggressive plays, you as the head coach have to step in and say, hey, I know you're offensive coordinator. You call the plays. It's still my offense, and you're going to run it the way I want you to run it, and we don't need to be aggressive. And if Sirianni's being aggressive in that case, which maybe it came from him too, and we shouldn't be blaming it on him more. Whoever it came from, if you're being too aggressive, learn the lesson and say, hey, pick your spots, because there are times when you don't need to be aggressive. And there are game situations where the Eagles didn't need to be aggressive, and it almost cost them the game.
You mentioned the book you're reading, and I go back to when I read, I think it was Guts and Genius by Bob Glauber, and it talks about how, one of the things that Parcells had to go to his coordinators and do and be like, hey, I need you guys to do X, Y, Z because what you're doing is not working. And it completely changed the Giants' fortunes moving forward. Phil Simms started throwing more, short, quick hitters, right? The defense was staying aggressive more consistently. And it's like, we know that's who Parcells is, right? Do you believe Sirianni can be that guy?
Al Davis had a saying, and mind you, Parcells, if you look at what Parcells did, and by proxy, Belichick, in fact, the do your job thing, that came from Al Davis. Al Davis told Bill Parcells that because Parcells was about to lose his job after the 83 season, and evidently Parcells' autobiography makes it sound like it was just a nice conversation. You hear a little further about it. It wasn't a conversation with Al screaming at him, telling him, do your job, I won't leave the expletives out, but do your job, right, and forget about everything else. You just coach your team. One of the things Al Davis is famous for saying, and in the coaching committee, they know this, is if you're the head coach, John Maaddi even talked about it. He learned that from Davis, that if you're the head coach, you can have an offensive coordinator. But if you give the offense to him and you give the defensive coordinator the defense, you give a special teams coordinator special teams, you don't have a team anymore. These guys are coaching your team. You're not coaching anything. And so he told Parcells, make sure, hey, you remember, you're the head coach. Al told Archell the same thing. You're the head coach. You make the calls. They work for you. You make sure that they're doing what you want them to do. And if you craft a game plan that's going to win and you want them to be complimentary, don't let them go into business for themselves, to use that old pro wrestling term. You don't go into business for yourself. You make sure that you do what I want you to do. And you'll see that in the NFL where, Bill Walsh talked about, he was the Cincinnati Bengals offensive coordinator. He said, I was trying to put as many yards as I could because I knew it was my resume. And if you're Paul Brown going, no, you need to run the game plan the way I want you to run it and things. So that's what Sirianni needs to do, is say, hey, this isn't a resume for you to go out and go try and get a head coaching job. This is a resume for us to go try and win a Super Bowl. We win a Super Bowl, you'll get the head coaching job anyway. So don't worry about it. Just do what we need to do.
Talking with Casey Joyner here on the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Of course, you can check him out over on Blue Sky at Casey Joyner. Also, Casey Joyner TFS on the Twitter platform. Casey, you mentioned about the coordinators. A lot of people were critical of Kellen Moore doing those virtual interviews before the game on Sunday. He did one on, I think it was 2 on Friday, 1 on Saturday. Do you think what you just referenced may apply to there, that Kellen Moore was a little maybe too interested in his resume than just winning a football game on Sunday?
Hard to say. It's one of those things where if you're the head coach, you're like, you want to see your offensive coordinator. You want to see your coordinators. If you're in the coaching community, it's, hey, look, all these head coaches were guys coming up the ladder too, and somebody opened the door to let them do these things. So you want to let them do that. But look what we saw with Detroit. It's like, Jan Campbell's talking about after the game. It's like, yeah, I know I'm going to lose both my coordinators. It's like, yeah, and your coordinators coach like it too. I don't understand how Aaron Glenn doesn't. Your defense played this bad, and as bad as it's played down the stretch. I know they're missing players and stuff, but you can't play that bad. He's a good coach. Don't get me wrong, he is a good coach, and I think he could do. He deserves a shot at head coaching. But that's like, if you give up 45 points, you shouldn't be worried. You shouldn't be thinking about, hey, I'm going to go somewhere else. But yeah, you can be distracted. And think the fact, they wanted to do your job series, the NFL Films Do Your Job series. I think it was Ernie Adams was talking about Bill Belichick's right hand man. Ernie Adams is talking about that if you're trying to win a championship, you got to be tunnel vision. You got to be like a racehorse tunnel vision on that finish line. You can't be thinking about other things. And I think it's one of those things where, hey, it's one of those situations where, hey, why don't you stop doing the interviews and stop thinking about trying to call this game, because you owe it to your players, the coach, and everybody else to do those. You owe it to yourself and your family and all that, try and get the other job, but you owe it to somebody else. Bill, all right, one more thing. Bear Bryant used to say he didn't want to leave one job until he'd done something. He won a championship, done something that hadn't been done there. He won an SEC championship at Kentucky. Think about that. He won a Southwestern Conference championship at Texas A&M. That was really big back in the day. And he did some things before he'd leave a spot. And if you're Kellen Moore, it's like, hey, you get a chance to win a Super Bowl. Why don't you worry about that and stop worrying about getting the other job? Because the other jobs will be there, but these Super Bowl chances, they don't come around every day.
Absolutely. Very, very true. On the flip side, Casey, I wanted to ask you about the Eagles' defense before we moved on to the other teams. It felt like as the game progressed that, the Rams started trying to figure things out offensively, right? It felt like the Rams started gaining a little traction until the very end when Jalen Carter basically just said, I'm done with this. I'm ending this game. And, there were a lot of guys in the post game, Casey, that pull into Jalen Carter and be like, that dude won us the game. What does that say about a young player like him that just be like, I've had enough?
I can't understand how the Rams pass blocking on that one play, one pass to the other. It's like, I don't get both of you guys block him. Leave somebody else unblocked. Leave somebody else. That's the one guy you don't want to leave unblocked. He ain't LT, but he's that. Hey, this could be, well, he's a different reference. Reggie White. He's not. You block him. Make sure he's the guy you block. He is a big part of it. I think they figured out as the game went along, the Eagles secondary started getting banged up, and they said we're going to go after Rodgers. And Rodgers, you don't want to knock the guy too much. It's like he had that pick and then it gets ripped out of his hands. Like maybe you should just knock that pass down. If you didn't have a full clean shot, maybe just knock the pass down. Don't try and go for it. It's a great play by Robinson to pull out his hands, but it's like maybe knock the passes down, some of those things. And, maybe just play like that, maybe play not to lose, because it was a bit of, lead or shepherd. Either I'm going to make the pick, going back at the Eagles day, I'm going to make the pick, or the other guy's going to make a catch. It's, it's 50-50, but I'm not going to have just incompletions. It's going to be a big play for me, a big play for them. You don't want that. And if you're coaching them up, it's like, Rodgers, just knock passes down. We'd love to see you make picks, but we need you knocking passes down. If it's a clean pick, if it's nothing, they're fine, go for it and things. But in a situation like that, just knock the pass down. We're not going to knock you for not getting an interception. We need you to get in completions and not give up big plays.
All right, let's hit on the Commanders because they took down the Lions in Detroit on Saturday night, Casey. And I want to start with this. One of the concerns coming out of the game with that game was obviously, hey, people are focusing on Jaden Daniels. So for you, how much of the Washington Commanders' offensive success the last 2 weeks has been Daniels, and how much of his styles make fights? The idea that Tampa doesn't have a very good pass defense. Their secondary is very poor. The Lions have, 12 guys on injury reserve on defense? So how much of Washington's success was them taking advantage of those situations?
Yeah, it's a big part of it. If you're healthy and they're not, and that's a big, big, big part of it. And Daniels, Vic Fangio, just said, he was asked recently, I forget where the interview happened, but he just said recently that
the presser today, yeah.
Yeah, that Daniels might have been the best coach or best rookie quarterback he's ever seen, and he's gone against some good rookie quarterbacks.
Yep.
So, that's big. And the thing is, if you're looking, the Lions, they can't get into shootout games. You just can't get into shootout games. And mind you, Washington had a 2-6 record in games where they had allowed 26 more points before that. And the Lions got 31. So it's like, hey, you should be able to win that. But the Lions have the kind of defense that when they play poorly, that's what happens to them. And Washington kept the pressure on because you need to get pressure. Again, they gave up 31. It's not like Washington had a high bar to reach to win that game, but they kept it up, and you can't keep it up like that. I just think that there are ways that, as good as Daniels is, there are things you could do to say, okay, I'd rather, if you beat me this way than that way, maybe take away his ground game or something of that nature. The Lions couldn't find any way to stop him, and they needed to find a way, and it just wasn't there.
Commanders will be without their best offensive lineman, Sam Cosmi, moving forward. How does that impact the Commanders' offense in your mind?
It's not interior player too. That's you don't want to be down a player, your best player, arguably, when you're going up against Carter and things. If I'm Washington, I'm building a game plan around trying to shore that particular position up. If I'm the Eagles, I wouldn't be surprised if the Eagles say, okay, something. They've done this a lot too. We're gonna play what they call an Aoki front. We're gonna be we're gonna have 2 4 eyes and a 0. If we're going to get the technical about it, we got 3 guys in the middle to stop the run. I have 2 guys on the outside. We're going to 5-man line up there, basically. We're saying, fine, we're going 5-man line. You're going to have to beat us. We're going to play. I don't know if I want to play bear against them, but they play that kind of defense because they've done that a lot and say, hey, this is what we're going to do. And we're going to put all your linemen in one-on-one situations. And we're going to try and see if we can get Carter on the backup for Cosmo. We're going to do it. But I make them try and get in that kind of situation and say, hey, we're going to test that weakness early. Washington better have a good answer because if I'm the Eagles and Fangio, I'm going after that weak spot as much as I can.
When you think about also the last time these teams played, Washington scored 22 straight points without C.J. Gardner-Johnson on the field. What does C.J. mean when you watch the Eagles on defense?
You got to have safeties or cappers. They're guys who they cap passing plays, they cap running plays. It's not just it's you can use that as far as a coverage term to say, hey, they're going to be the guy over the top or somebody plays underneath. But they're also, if you get big running plays, they stop. Hey, we got good blocking things. We got everything blocked. We'll block up front. It's a 10-yard game. It's not an 80-yard run. It's a 10-yard game. We got a big pass coming out. We're going to make sure we take the big pass. So we're going to throw something near me, catch 15. We're just going to make it stop right there. That's a lot of what he does. He can good in coverage. His coverage metrics this year have been up and down. He's had good games and he's had subpar games. But generally speaking, you can still trust him coverage. Plus, he could do everything. If you want to be the box safety, he could do it. If you want to play free, he could do it. If you want to get him a cover against certain players, he could do that. I mean, there's all sorts of things he could do. And Fangio knows how to take a player like that and get max use out of him. So it's one of those situations where, again, if the Eagles secondary, if it stays healthy and things, that's a big part of it. Because every time that they've had injury issues in that secondary, they've got depth, but Al Davis said you can never have too many good cornerbacks, and the Eagles, as good much as they have, you lose a couple, 3, it's too much. And so the Eagles, as long as they stay healthy, the only thing they've got De'Ami Brown's been playing well, but really it's still McLaurin or bust for them. If you can stop McLaurin, you can stop the passing game.
Casey, let's go to the AFC games from the weekend. Let's first start with the Sunday night game. Josh Allen, only 127 passing yards, but that team survived and advanced. What was your take on the Bills' victory over the Ravens?
Yeah, you stop him from passing, and he still rushes for 2 touchdowns. That's the thing about Allen. It's like you can stop him in one area of the game, and you don't stop him in the other. It's tough because that's the thing. Their passing game is not great, but they can run the ball really well. Cook is good. He's not great. He's very good. B plus means very good. He's not Saquon, but he's very good. And if you don't watch yourself, and you've got Allen running the ball too, that's a big thing. Allen didn't make mistakes though. Remember, Allen used to have a couple of what was it? Not the season opener in 2023. He says, I'm not going to force passes against the Jets. I'm not going to force, and he did it. And he forced passes, and they got picked off, and they lost the game. That's after Rodgers got hurt and things like that. Yeah, that's the thing. It's, hey, you can't do that. Now he knows. He can see him now. He's a different player. It's like, I'm not going to make those mistakes. And the big difference in that game, as I said, the quarterbacks who got rattled this weekend, those are the ones who lost games. And Lamar Jackson, he got the interception, unnecessary. He didn't need to throw that pass. And on the fumble, high snap makes the great play to get it, and then he's getting tackled. It's cold. It's slippery football. Don't hold the ball out there like that. You got to protect these things, and he didn't. And frankly, I mean, and they had the drop pass too, and Andrews takes the grief for it. But you get 2 turnovers, and they had Andrews lost the fumble too. You get 3 turnovers, and the other team doesn't. I mean, Baltimore probably is the better team. Probably should win that game, but if you lose the turnover about 3-0, you're probably going to lose, and they did.
By the way, all 4 teams that are in the conference championships all have no turnovers this postseason. So, folks, it's a literal example. You don't turn the ball over, you win the turnover battle. Teams that win the turnover battle this postseason are 7-0 in these playoffs. So
you want to get something? Anybody wants to? You want to have fun? Go back and look at like the 1970s. Teams and go look at what their turnover rates are like the 1976 Raiders. They're getting 3 and 5 turnovers like 8 times a year. So these teams are still, back then you could get away with it. Now you can't, like you said, you can't have a single turnover. If you have 1 turnover, you had a bad game. It's not the 80s, 70s NFL anymore. You've got to keep the ball safe. And if you don't, if you make any mistakes, it can cost you. And that's what Hurts almost found out, and that's what Jackson did find out.
Finally, Casey, Kansas City advances past the Texans. I know a lot of people are pointing to the officiating in that game. To me, the Texans shot themselves in the foot. I mean, they had multiple opportunities to make that a closer game, and they just couldn't. Whether it was the 3rd and 4th down conversions, the field goal attempts, it felt like Houston just couldn't take advantage of opportunities, and Kansas City did.
Kansas City took advantage of some opportunities. By the way, I've been calling the Mahomes sitting the sideline where he gets barely touched and knocked to the ground. I'm going to call him that the finger poke of doom, the old pro wrestling thing. Yeah, that's what it is. It was the finger. He just barely gets touched. He falls down. Somebody commented on my Facebook feed. They said, yeah, the only thing that's missing is him getting up and laughing afterwards about it like the NWO did. It's the pro wrestling thing, guys. Go check it out on YouTube because it's a classic thing, but just fell down for nothing. I think that sort of thing actually rattled the Texans a bit because it's like, we didn't hit this guy late, and you give us penalties. He falls down, he gets a penalty. It felt like D'Amico Ryan said afterwards, hey, we felt like we had to beat everybody. That was his way of saying we had to beat the officials too. I think it rattled Houston. And the funny thing is, Jimmy Johnson used to prep his teams for this. He'd tell them, he'd say, we're going to get a bad call against us. He just figured that the officiating was bad. He prepped his team. We need to be good enough to overcome a bad call against us. That we're going to get a call that we shouldn't get, and people hate us, and they're going to. And whether it was true or not, he put that in his team's mind. You need to be good enough to overcome this. And like the Texans kind of seem to get rattled, like, oh, they're getting these calls. Oh, wow, everybody's against us. I don't know if we can win. I think there's a bit of a psychological thing to it that they just like, hey, they're going to get this. And I think Buffalo, you better be selling that. You're doing the Jimmy Johnson thing and selling it to your team that, hey, Mahomes going to get these calls, hit him anyway, and then we're still going to just overcome it. We got to make sure we do that. If you can do that, I think you can overcome it, and Houston didn't.
Casey, before we let you go, Travis Kelce, big game on Saturday. How much of that was just, hey, it's one game, or do you think Travis Kelce is – I mean, he says he's feeling like he's 22, the Taylor Swift song. I don't know if he's that, but I mean, it was pretty wild to see him explode the way he did in that game.
He did, and the last game they played, last meaningful game, because he skipped the last week of the season, skipped that Denver game, but the last meaningful game they played the same thing. I think in those 2 games, I believe he has 15 catches on 19 targets for like 200 yards and 2 touchdowns. I remember correctly, 201 yards. I mean, it's really good numbers. I mean, he's back. I think it's one of those things where they say about older players, hey, look, you got to lose weight. You got to make sure Tony Gonzalez just talked about that. Hey, you got to slim up. You got to take a different approach. You get old to be able to be productive all the way through the season. I think Kelce had his dip earlier in the year. Then he got the big game at the very end, had the bye week and all that. And I think between all that, he's feeling well rested. He's not wore out being, hey, I'm 125 catch guy in a season or something, 120 catch guy. I think he's fully healthy. It's one of the things Buffalo's really got to watch that because they've had trouble. They have trouble covering Likely and Andrews. Yeah, they got the fumble and all that and dropped 2-pointer, but those guys put up some good numbers. They got to be real careful because Kelce could put up a huge game, and if they do, that could be the difference for Kansas City.
He's Casey Joyner. We'll get all the perspective on the matchups more on Thursday when he joins us back here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Check out all his work over at The Athletic. Give him a follow on Blue Sky at Casey Joyner and Casey Joyner TFS on the Twitter X platform. Casey, great stuff today.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
And, of course, Casey's conversation here on 97.3 ESPN being brought to you by Cooper University Healthcare. We're doing something extraordinary for families down the shore. That's Cooper University Healthcare, now in Cape May Courthouse. Josh Hennig here, filling in for Mike Gill here on 97.3 ESPN. We'll check back in on the text board coming up on the other side, 609-403-0973. Your DMs into the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle. We are live on my YouTube channel at Josh Hennig, where you can see the Ocean Casino Resort Studios right behind me. But coming up next, 2 Super Bowl champions. 2, not 1, 2 Super Bowl champions with very different views on the Philadelphia Eagles. That's next on 97.3 ESPN.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Never thought this radio stunt would catch on so big.
On 97.3 ESPN.
With GMF financing to qualified buyers excludes Traverse and Corvette excludes prior sales.
Start the new year right in a new Chevy from Bennett, where we sell new Chevys at the true GM supplier employee price. Yeah, you pay what our employees pay, not a penny more. Plus, at Bennett Chevrolet, you keep all the rebates. That's incredible. That's right, you save both ways, saving you up to 20% off the sticker. But it gets even better because right now there's available 0.9% financing, saving you even more. 0.9. And get this, if you're looking for a pre-owned, Bennett Chevy will pay you a minimum $10,000 for any old clunker you can get here towards any pre-owned in stock. You'll get at least 10 grand for total junk. Imagine how much you'll get for a good trade. And one more thing, Bennett's sales team is paid on your satisfaction, not how much you spend. That makes a huge difference. No hype, no pressure. Together, let's drive. Bennett Chevy, Egg Harbor Township, and BennettChevy.com.
Hope you're all enjoying this great classic rock. This is the music to get you going no matter what you need to do. And for the ones who get it done, Grainger offers high-quality supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as access to product specialists who have the knowledge and experience to answer your toughest questions. Plus, their commitment to being your safety partner can help keep your facility safe and your people safer. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done while listening to classic rock.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
The new year means new health goals, not just for your body, but your finances too. Your personal info is in so many places that are outside of your control. It only takes one mistake, and not even your mistake, to expose you to identity theft and lost funds. If your identity's stolen, LifeLock's restoration specialist will fix it, guaranteed, or your subscription money back, and resolve to make identity, health, and wealth part of your New Year's goals with LifeLock. Visit LifeLock.com and save up to 40% off your first year with promo code CLAY. Terms apply.
Save thousands at Matt Blatt Kia. Get out of your old trade today, even if you owe thousands more than it's worth. Go to MattBlattKiaNJ.com for more details. That's MattBlattKiaNJ.com.
It's gotta be a
Matt Blatt Kia.
Flex Premium Athleisure is softness that plays hard. From the couch to the gym to to the office, and beyond. Flex gives you premium comfort and style that keeps up with anything without costing everything. Now, take an extra 15% off Flex at Kohl's. Whether you're chasing the ball or chasing the kids, life's a workout. Flex with it. Exclusively at Kohl's. 15% off valid through January 20th. Some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you get coverage options based on how much you want to pay for car insurance. And then you decide how to spend the rest of your money, because you're in charge. Today, you're going to pay down your credit card bill. But you decide when you'll pay it. Before the due date, so those interest charges don't get you. But you decide if you pay it in full. But you definitely should, because again, interest charges. With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, we'll help you find coverage at a fair price. And then you're in charge. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
Progressive Insurance presents the Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN. NBA, the Sixers in Denver tonight as they take on the Nuggets, and Philadelphia is looking to snap a 6-game losing skid as they wrap up this 3-game road trip. Sunday, they fell to Milwaukee. Joel Embiid has been ruled out with his foot injury. Kyle Lowry and Paul George are both game-time decisions. Flyers back on the ice tonight, home to face the Detroit Red Wings. Philadelphia, they've won 4 of their last 5 after they beat New Jersey Saturday by a 3-1 score. That wrapped up the 3-game road trip. Well, the Red Wings, they've dropped 3 of their last 4. The Eagles and the Washington Commanders meeting for the NFC Championship game on Sunday in Philadelphia, with a berth in Super Bowl 59 on the line as Philadelphia split the 2 regular season meetings with the Commanders. They did lose to Washington back in week number 16. Progressive Insurance, bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive. I'm Tony Desiri, and that's your Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN.
Hey, it's Mike Gill from the Sports Bash. The action is heating up this playoff season at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Lock in your touchdown picks, check out trending parlays, and increase your winning with profit boosts. New customers can bet $10 to get $100 in bonus bets and unlock 30 days of ESPN Plus. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with the promo code RADIO100. That's RADIO100 to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
From the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. Tomorrow will be just like today, cold with a capital C. There is a chance of a snow shower this evening, maybe even a dusting or coating on the ground somewhere in South Jersey. Then clearing skies and frigid temperatures overnight, low of 9. Tomorrow, sunny and very cold, high of 20. Thursday will be a little better, a little warmer with sun and clouds. We'll see a high of 30. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
I'm Merrill Reese from Mike's Seafood Polar Bear Run Walk for Autism in Sea Isle City. The Mike's Seafood Run Walk for Autism has been promoting awareness and raising funds for special service schools and families of special needs children. Come join over 5,000 participants in the 5K race and the Family Fun Walk, followed by a great after party. Join us in huge heated tents where there will be great food, unbelievable door prizes, and the awards ceremony. The party is not just for the runners and walkers, it's for the entire family. They'll have clowns, superheroes, and face painters for the kids. For more information or to register, go to polarbearrunwalkforautism.com. That's polarbearrunwalkforautism.com.
Mike's Seafood Run Walk for Autism is Saturday, February 15th at JFK on the Boardwalk in Sea Isle City. Registration is from 9:30 to 11:30. Run Walk starts at noon. That's Saturday, February 15th at JFK on the Boardwalk in Sea Isle City. Any day you could do something for children with disabilities, it's a good day.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
On 97.3 ESPN.
The truth is, they probably have the best roster remaining, and they probably have the 4th best quarterback. And that's not to say that the guy's not a starting quarterback or he can't win a Super Bowl. But that's the reality you're working with. Listen, Jalen didn't play poorly, in my opinion. The safety, you got to hit Goddard. But A.J. Brown dropped a couple balls that, quite honestly, you got to catch. And I thought the game plan the last couple weeks has not been incredibly aggressive in the pass game.
That was Chris Long on the Green Light Podcast. He says the roster is good enough. But Jalen Hurts is the 4th best quarterback. But he says not a problem. Is it? He's one of the 2 Super Bowl winners we're going to get perspectives of coming up here on 97.3 ESPN. We'll also weave in some of your texts at 609-403-0973, your DMs into the 973 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle. You know, we've been weaving in this Jalen Hurts conversation throughout the day because there is a strong contingent of people. Doesn't matter that Jalen got the 2 NFC Championship. It's like Donovan McNabb all over again. Nothing these guys do seems to be good enough for some people. And I get that. I totally do. But apparently Nick Sirianni's not good enough either. More from Chris Long on the Green Light Podcast talking about, is the Eagles' passing game good enough to win a Super Bowl? Chris Long says,
The passing game's okay right now. It's not great. It hasn't been explosive all year. I mean, it's been explosive at times, but we've won a lot of games, the Eagles have, with the quarterback throwing for under 200 yards. And that's okay. Look around the league right now. How many guys lit it up for 350? It's not happening.
And he's 100% right. You know, if you do the zoom out, like if you don't hyper focus on just the Philadelphia Eagles and you zoom out to the rest of the league, Josh Allen had 127 passing yards. Jalen Hurts had 128. Patrick Mahomes had 177. The only winning quarterback who had a lot of passing yards was Jaden Daniels because his team needed him to. The best teams in this league are balanced. They have a running game. They have a defense. They got other things going for them. And you heard Casey Joyner just say it about 20 minutes ago. He said, Josh Allen has finally learned that he doesn't have to make every throw. Josh Allen has finally learned to let his team help him win games. And I think that's a big deal because if Hurts is starting to fall into the same mode, we just need him to be better at a couple things here and there, right? You know, Casey Joyner brought up the fact that, you know, Hurts is not being decisive fast enough. I've talked to Ken Dunnick a couple of weeks ago, former Eagles tight end on the locker room with Billy Schwein. He says Hurts is slow at processing at times. I've heard Alex Smith and Dan Orlovsky say that they're not always putting Jalen Hurts in a position to be his best self. We saw in Sunday's game, Jalen Hurts checked out of one play into the Saquon run that landed the Eagles a touchdown. That was Jalen's call. So if Jalen was able to check out of that the bad play and get into the good play, why couldn't he have done that on when his back was to the goal line and they call that play that took 10 million years for guys to get to their routes and he ends up getting sacked? Like, there are elements to Hurts' game he does still need to improve on, but the reality is that the best quarterbacks in the postseason right now, they don't have to go out there and do 100 things because the best teams are probably going to be in low-scoring affairs. And let's be realistic. If the Eagles were to play the Chiefs again in the Super Bowl this year, I highly doubt the over-under will be more than 43.5 because we know the Eagles and Chiefs have very, very good defenses. So, with that being said, Chris Long, can the Philadelphia Eagles win a Super Bowl with Jalen Hurts as their quarterback?
This guy's been there before and had to win shootouts. He went toe-to-toe with Patrick Mahomes a couple of years ago, albeit a couple coordinators ago, and really they have a chance to win that game, and it's not a 2017 game. So it's irrelevant what the people that hate the guy think. It's totally irrelevant. The guy's a starting quarterback in the NFL. He gutted through an injury yesterday, and he wins games. If you want him to be Joe Burrow, if you want him to be Patrick Mahomes, if you want him to be Josh Allen, you're going to asphyxiate yourself holding your breath. But that's okay. You can still win a Super Bowl with this guy.
I love the point he brings up about how if you're expecting him to be somebody else, he's just not going to be that. Because that's the point I've been trying to make to everybody who questions me here on 97.3 ESPN. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill live from the Ocean Casino Resort Studios of Atlantic City. When you look at Jalen Hurts, and if you're expecting him to turn into Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, he's never going to be that guy. It's just like Eli Manning was never going to be as good as his brother. It's just like how Joe Flacco was never going to be an elite quarterback, even though he won a Super Bowl. Rich Gannon was never going to be more than those couple seasons where he hit his peak with the Oakland Raiders. You have guys who can win championships. The Eli Mannings, the Joe Flaccos, but they're not elite quarterbacks because at the end of the day, the team wins the championship. You know, part of the reason why Steve Young had that monkey on his back, you know, the famous, if you people remember the Super Bowl 29 when the NFL films footage, somebody take the monkey off my back when the 49ers were winning against the Chargers in the Super Bowl. And it was because there was so much hyper expectation put on Steve Young's shoulders that when he finally won that championship, when he finally put himself in the same conversation as Joe Montana, the pressure was finally off him, forgetting the fact that Joe Montana played on some amazing teams, and that's why he won many of those championships. You know, John Elway, I believe he lost 4 Super Bowls. And then later in his career, he won 2. Why? Because he had Hall of Fame talent around him in the 2 championships. And in the 4 that he lost, he had the very good players, not great Hall of Fame caliber players. And I think for Hurts, he has elite players around him. And I think that is the difference. Look, if you were to put Jalen Hurts on the Baltimore Ravens, it's not like the Ravens would have a massive drop-off. They would have a drop-off, but they wouldn't have like a, you know, what did the Ravens win this year? I got to look it up to be sure, but I'm pretty sure the Ravens, what did they win, 13 games this year? Let me pull it up real quick. I don't want to misquote here. They were 12-5. So, like, is Lamar Jackson worth how many more wins than Jalen Hurts? 1 or 2 more? You know, while Jalen can win playoff games, Lamar apparently can't. Now, on the flip side of this conversation, longtime Eagle hater, Super Bowl champion Chris Canty, who, listen, I enjoy Unsportsmanlike Herd Monday through Friday morning, 6 a.m. and 10 a.m. here on 97.3 ESPN. I think Evan Cohen does an amazing job at being the Jason Kidd of that show, just distributing, picking his spots to pop and shoot. But, man, Chris Canty just continues to be the most irrational hater of Nick Sirianni to ever live. I mean, this guy, he will not let Sirianni do anything.
This is a game coming up this weekend that you absolutely should win. And so I'm sitting there saying to myself now, yeah, for Nick Sirianni to get a contract extension, he's got to do something exceptional. And to me, beating the Commanders with a rookie quarterback at home in the postseason is not exceptional. Winning the Super Bowl is.
I mean, this mentality by this guy is insane. First of all, he overlooks how difficult it is to get to a Super Bowl, how difficult it is to get to an NFC Championship game. Chris Canty makes it sound like it happens all the time. Everybody does it. Yeah, whatever. Nick Sirianni, with his record of 48-20 in the regular season, has produced the 3rd best winning percentage by any head coach since 1967. He is only behind John Madden and George Allen on that list. Nick Sirianni has the most wins, regular and postseason combined, of any head coach in the first 4 years of a coaching career. But Chris Canty makes it like this guy has done nothing. He's a nobody in Chris Canty's mind. Absolutely insane perspective to have. And listen, I didn't listen on Sportsmanlike this morning, so I can't speak to this, but I can only hope that somebody would challenge Chris Canty, because to have a take like that is just so micro. It's so narrow-minded. It's such a hater move to make. It just makes you wonder, does Chris Canty, how does he make good points? The guy's not dumb. Heard this guy on the radio for years in different roles and positions. For him to take such an extreme, wildly insane take on Nick Sirianni, it just goes to show you that just because you played the game, just because you're an analyst, doesn't mean you have common sense. Coming up, Jerry from Brigantine, Matt in Delaware will read off your texts as we wrap up the Sports Bash. Josh Hennig filling in for Mike Gill on a Tuesday edition on 97.3 ESPN FM, and don't forget the 97.3 ESPN mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City.
It's the NFC Championship game this Sunday as the Eagles host their NFC East rivals, the Washington Commanders.
He breaks a tackle. He's on his way. Here he goes. He's at the 40, 30, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown! Saquon Barkley!
Pre-game coverage starts at 2 p.m. South Jersey's official home for Eagles playoff football. 97.3 ESPN. South Jersey's home of Super Bowl 59.
Go get your game on at the Gallery Bar, Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort. Cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Get in on the parlay while in the middle of a party. Go for the sports scene and go for the endless screens. Go to the Gallery, go to Fanatic Sportsbook, and go for the win at Ocean Casino Resort. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. Must be 21 or older to wager or consume alcohol. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have health news, a CDC update.
Pneumococcal vaccination is now recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Where can you kick off the new year with big savings on gig speed? Only with Xfinity, now through January 30th. Get gig internet at home for $25 a month for 1 year when you add an unlimited mobile line, which connects you to gig speed Wi-Fi on the road. Act fast today and save more than $650 over AT&T and Verizon in your first year. Plus, hurry and take advantage because right now you can also get a free 5G phone with trade-in. So save big and stay connected to what you love with fast gig speed internet and mobile. From home to hotspots, this new year, it's all about gig speeds and big savings. Don't wait and get gig speed internet. Spend less green and switch to Xfinity. Go to Xfinity.com/gig savings to learn more. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. $40 internet discount applied to mobile bill. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Welcome Line and AT&T Fiber Gig Plus 1 Unlimited Starter Line. Xfinity internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, Gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Hi, this is Brighton Richards with Apex East Roofing. You know, the blonde-haired girl in the pink truck. Don't you just hate high-pressure sales guys that try and force you into making a decision on the spot? We're not like that. We're a family-owned business that can give you a quote in 30 seconds at apexeastroofing.com. Not sure the size of your roof? No problem. Give us a call and we'll come out. We have a 5-star rating on Google with nearly 200 reviews.
Get a price on your roof in 30 seconds at apexeastroofing.com.
Good morning, beat freaks. Who's ready to move? Let's start this day right.
Tasha's morning dance parties are meeting rave reviews.
Lose your phones and find your groove.
They need an ops manager to help their community dance the morning away.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
The 2025 Hercules Tires MAC Basketball Championships are returning to Atlantic City's iconic Jim Whalen Boardwalk Hall for the 6th consecutive year, March 11th through the 15th, featuring 22 men's and women's teams. The tournament is fun for the family, featuring a band jam, Spirit Squad showcase, Kids Day, and mascot game. Don't miss the chance to be a part of the action to see who will cut down the nets and earn a spot in the big dance. Visit maxsports.com/basketball for more information.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Do I have everybody's attention now?
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
All right, let's wrap up the show here. Josh Hennig, Philly for Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Matt in Delaware says, Josh, what's the Sixers' game plan? Do you think they'll make a deal to sell and partially tank this year? Or will this be a negative for Maxey looking for a draft pick if we are 8 or higher? It goes away. It's Matt in Delaware. Here's the problem, Matt. They haven't tanked already. They got a lot of room to catch up on, and that's the problem. So it's like, do you just hang around the middle, hope you make the play-in tournament? I think they're trying to make the play-in tournament. I think they think that they make the play-in tournament and they're healthy, they have a chance to make a run. I think that's their theory. I don't think it's a good theory, but I think that's their game plan, Matt in Delaware. Jerry from Brigantine chimes in and says, I'm 74 years old with my first Eagles game in 1963 against the Detroit Lions at Franklin Field. I've been a fan ever since, and I have never blamed the officials in my life, but Saturday, they took the game right out of Houston's hands. Completely turned that game around. He says, don't care, officials don't care what anyone says. There were 2 calls made for the Chiefs that shouldn't have been made. That's Jerry from Brigantine. Jerry, I appreciate the perspective. You know, I just feel like I tend to lean to what Casey Joyner said about Jimmy Johnson, the idea that you still got to do your job. And the Texans have multiple turnovers in that game that if they don't have those turnovers, that game probably goes to overtime. And then who knows what happens. At some point, I just feel like whether it's the Chiefs-Texans game or any game, you just got to accept that officiating stinks today. It's not consistent. It's unreliable. And these guys have there's no accountability for the calls they make. I'll be back tomorrow. Filling in for Mike Gill in the Sports Bash. Have a great night, everybody. Stay warm.
It's Philadelphia Flyers hockey tonight on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Listen as Tim Saunders and Todd Fedor bring you all the exciting play-by-play action.
They score! Konechny on the one-timer, and DK makes no mistake, the power play goal.
It's Flyers Red Wing tonight. Coverage begins at 7 p.m. It's Flyers hockey all season long on South Jersey's radio home for Philadelphia Flyers hockey, 97.3 ESPN.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Progressive knows finding your new home was a dream come true. You wanted a walk-up with central air and a skylight, and you found it. Now,